Almighty, what's up, boss?
Kitamura and Superintendent Yagami.
You love KBD? Oh no, I'm retarded. I've been loving the KBD as well. Damn. Streamlabs hasn't shown up yet. That's interesting. There you go, Almighty. There's the little twerp. Prayer pots, strength pots, and the monk fit. Yeah. That's hilarious.
Chapter 16. Handstand. The look on Soichiro's face is horrified. I haven't touched too deeply on the inter-family relationship dynamic between Light and his father. There will be time for that later, but his reaction here is a clear giveaway. He thinks the world of his son and has personally groomed him for success his entire life, and is a lot of the reason how Light came to be who he is today. Soichiro asks what the probability of Kira being in one of these two families would be, and to this, L says 10%, only to then quickly change his mind and say 5%. L is lying about how much he suspects Kira to be in either one of these households. It's a common belief that L says the inverse of what he means, so when he says 10% it meant 90%, and then when he corrects himself to 5% it really means there's a 95%. This isn't completely true, however it is on the right track. In volume 13, it states that anytime L outwardly states a percentage like this, no matter what lowball he gives to the MPA or the task force or even Light himself, whether it be 1% or 10%, the truth is, if L suspects you openly, it is always over 90%. The reason for this, in this specific case, is fairly obvious, and you saw how Light's father reacted to only a 5% chance. Imagine if L had come out and said, there's a 90% chance, or over a 90% chance that Kira is in one of these families, and one of those families is his own. L knew the amount this would stress him out, and to have that amount of stress that quickly, it wouldn't be good for the overall investigation, and so this is the reason why he's giving him false percentages. Soichiro is drawn with a total of 10 sweat marks. This is how much he was freaking out over what he thinks is a 5% chance, but he does agree to this. And because the chances are so low, he tells Elle to go all out and put as many cameras as he needs to, leaving no room for blind spots. The chief is wanting to ensure his family is cleared and does not take the news well at all. January 8th, 2004. Light Yagami is walking home with a couple of friends, and one of Light's friends mentioned something about the world being in a recession. A really random fact, similar to the World War III fact, it sounds like the world of Death Note really is a mirror of our own. When Light gets home, he notices that someone very specific had been inside his room. Shown being extra paranoid about who enters, he now has a 3-system function that tells him if someone unexpected goes into his room. He picks up on this immediately, and straight away, Light knows that at this moment, he had become a suspect. His reaction inwardly and outwardly remained very calm. He had spent a good portion of the story, actually the entire story, doing everything to not get to this point. In his own words, even being a suspect was not an option. The fact now he handles it better than anyone would expect. For the first time, L sees Light. Watching him through the camera, he notices the lengths that Light would go to protect his personal space. He comments on this and doesn't see it as too unusual, but still worth bringing up. With Ryuk very confused.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Almighty.
And
It's not that it was like frustrated or anything. It's probably honestly just either really tired or focusing up.
From the moment he saw someone unexpected had been inside his
That's
room,
my bad, bro.
Light could only assume that he had become a suspect and that his room
maybe,
had been
maybe
bugged.
I was frustrated
So
with
to
something
not
outside
outwardly
the
show
streaming
any loss
too.
of composure,
I don't know, it's hard to
anything
say,
out of the
right?
ordinary
Like,
here, and L would have caught on. It is very impressive under the circumstances. Light was not thrown off at all. It is clear to say that he is growing into the role of Kira more and more as the story moves forward. It's interesting that Shinigami like apples so much. Compared to the apples in the Shinigami realm, Earth apples are fresh and juicy. This can be seen as, although the gods of death are higher beings, without the human world, none of them would exist, and so in a lot of ways, they prefer the human world over their own, and the apple symbolizes this. And it is with the apple that Light is able to bypass this part of L's test due to him bribing Ryuk. Without apples, Ryuk would go through withdrawals, such as doing handstands, referring to the title of this chapter. Being able to scout out all of these cameras for him is a massive advantage to Light, and without it, he legitimately would not have been able to touch the Death Note until the cameras were removed, and L would have pretty much caught him. This is part of the reason why there is a lot of debate over who is actually smarter between Light and L. Light had been given more power via the Death Note and all the perks that come with that, while L at best you can say is born with superhuman intelligence and is naturally more established in the world than Light. Though throughout the story, it is more so narratively implied that they are more intellectual equals than anything else.
You got some Jack Herrera diamonds? Nice. You want to take a toke? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Trash. Light is ready to put on an acting masterclass in front of L. He makes sure that he is on his best behavior in order to comply with the security cameras. This resorts to him looking at softcore degenerate magazines, which is something that Light is definitely not into. Out of anyone in the Yagami household, it is clear that L would focus his attention on Light over his sweet mother or young sister. This leads to hours of L and the Chief watching real-time footage of Light, and even though he doesn't say it in front of him, L picks up a lot from this. While Light is forcing himself through these magazines, L comments on how this feels rather unnatural and that Light seems to be putting on a show. What you'll find is that the more L observes Light, the more intrigued and the closer he wants to get to him. For some reason, Ryuk is shown to be more distracted by these human girls in the magazine than even Light, which brings up an interesting topic later that Shinigami can actually grow attached to a human. During dinner with his family, L broadcasts the fake 1500 Detectives news bulletin to gauge a reaction from Kira. Light, with the full intention of L hearing him, comments on the 1500 Detectives sent to Japan, and he dismisses the idea entirely, backwards engineering L's entire thought process with this trick. He does this in such a way that captivates L. Light is clapping back at L in a way that only Kira would. L picks up on this, and so he acknowledges the Chief's son, Light Yagami, as being very intelligent. Other than Kira, L has not acknowledged anyone of being intelligent before. This is the moment he catches onto Light, and it's all over his face. The moment Light showed that he had even a small competence in understanding what L's thought process was. Look at this man's face. He knows that he just found his suspect, and so for the rest of the story, observe it under the assumption that L knows Light is Kira, and instead of trying to prove it to himself, he's trying to prove it to everyone else beyond a reasonable doubt. Knowing that L would forensically be watching his every move, Light comes up with a plan to kill live criminals while on the surface appearing to have no access to a live newsfeed, in turn making him look innocent. Light is somehow able to fit a small TV in a bag of potato chips that he spent $360 on for this occasion. However, this is legitimately impressive from Light. With 64 cameras watching his every move, he maintains his frame while not doing anything eccentric or that will cause suspicion, with the world's greatest detective and smartest mind watching while simultaneously looking into a bag of potato chips on a muted mini TV that's probably all greased up, angling his head in just the correct way and writing down names in the Death Note on a torn piece of paper that's inside the bag of potato chips. This is legitimately insane. Throughout this entire scene of L just watching Light, he does not catch on to this at all, in fact stating that Light is acting too clean. The anime adaptation has a super stylized version of this moment, while in the manga it's a lot more normal. The criminals that Light kills with the potato chip technique are very low level, a bank employee and a purse snatcher. This shows Light is resorting to the lowest level of criminal you could imagine. Although it would not have mattered what the crime was, anyone whose name popped up with anything close to resembling a mugshot, Light would have had no hesitation in writing them down for this occasion. Despite this god-tier acting from Light, he becomes L's primary suspect from this moment, purely based on how intrigued L was with his 1500 Detective Bulletin news comments that basically dissected L's entire thought process and reasoning for even having this news bulletin in the first place. It is genuinely sad to watch Light's father cling on to any kind of positive news relating to his son. You see him grasp at moments wherever he can, only to yell out, "So this means my son isn't Kira." At this point, it is going to take something special to clear the suspicion of Light from L's mind. Overall, this entire camera scenario was positive for L, as Light was mostly on the defensive. Despite killing minor criminals, getting to see his intellect up close reminded him of only one person, and in the end, is a huge clue for L. Chapter 18. Gaze. All things considered, being followed by a death god is the least of Light Yagumi's concerns at the moment. He has become very casual with Ryuk, telling him how to act, where and when he can or cannot eat. Ryuk has never seen a human act this way around a Shinigami, and so this makes Ryuk tell him literally how he will die. This is a good insight to where Light's mind is currently at. This is not the first time Ryuk has told Light that in the end, he will write his name in the Death Note himself. However, every time he tells Light this, Light doesn't care, or at least he doesn't pay that much attention to it. He knows that Ryuk can see how he will die, but is so immersed in the battle of minds against L that he completely disregards this and just laughs at the idea of his own death. L continues overseeing the Yagami household. Despite the acting from Light prior to the murders, it is clear that out of the two families being suspected, Light Yagami is the frontrunner in L's mind. At the moment, he had zero other suspects, spending hours behind this footage, and when Light finally returns home, L is hyped up to see him on these cameras, drawn with bold exclamation marks opposed to his usual composed self. This is more subtle evidence showing that L is watching Light extra close. 2 days go by of non-stop Light Yagami coverage by L, and as expected, Light makes no mistakes. His body language, facial emotions, all remain the same.
It reminded me a lot of...
This leads L to think that
it reminded me a lot
Kira, his psychological state
zombies,
has already reached
like
the level of a divine god. This goes to show how insanely believable.
Man, the weather here has been so fucked recently. Like,
Kira may actually just
on the weekend, it's like
intervention.
15, 16 degrees. Today is 5 degrees and pissing over
telling him about a name and face.
Like, what the fuck?
But this whole segment really just highlights how insanely good Light's acting is. It is one of his
What up, bro? Doing
good?
Fucking great.
Overall,
doing great. Just watching this
stopping all coverage inside the
video,
two homes,
playing some
saying
RuneScape.
that he had found nothing of
not really
interest.
much I can do
However,
today.
Yet again, this is another lie.
Not bad. Work from home. Hey, that's what's up.
While Soichiro is very happy to remove the suspicion from his family, L is still very interested in Light and does outwardly say to everyone that there is still a 5% chance, really meaning over 90%. L will have to go about this in an entirely different way, and just like Light had to do, L will begin taking on a lot more risk. Eventually the cameras in the Yagami house are removed, and Light knows about this instantly thanks to Ryuk, and from here he assumes that his father must have greenlit this idea, and that the task force relations are nowhere near as shaky as they once were. Light also must go about a new strategy, in which he will use his father to get close to L. It is the 17th of January 2004, and as a fun fact, 4 days before the death of Beyond birthday, and so 4 days prior, Light is off to take his university entrance exams. When he arrives, a man sitting 3 rows back from him is sitting in a chair with his knees up, to increase brain capacity by 40%. Their eyes meet, and for the first time, L, under the name Hideki Ryuga, is closing in on his #1 suspect. Chapter 19.
Without being able to watch the anime, this is like the next best thing.
In the time between the entrance exams and the entrance ceremony, beyond birthday
this kid
had been killed by
fucking
the
has
Death Note.
such an immaculate
As he was a criminal,
breakdown.
it was only a
It's
matter
almost
of
like
time,
watching
and
it.
sure enough, in the end,
Crazy.
he was judged by Light. Makes you wonder if Light ever saw a connection between L or B or even Naomi Misora. He had to have seen B's face, in which he constantly imitates L. However, with the burn markings and all the time in prison, he probably looked a lot different when he died. Also, Light's going through about 100,000 criminals throughout his life. I'm sure he's not going to remember every single one. Regardless, Light had already seen...
I can't right now. I'll go down later with you, though.
L. In the most unexpected move from L, he jumps through about 50 loopholes to get a fake name and ID to enter this school entrance exam purely on the chance of getting closer to Light. They had zero interaction, but on that day, Light had seen the face of L. Light, along with this newcomer Hideki Ryuga, both scored 100% in every subject, making them, by college standards, the two smartest young minds nationwide, which really just hypes up their battle even more, building it as the man pampered for success his whole life, against the weirdo who doesn't even wear socks. Light dressed up for this occasion, as is the formality for events like these, however L does not. He wears his same clothes, his same outfit, and while delivering his speech, he does so in a way that shows he could not care less about this ceremony or the people behind it. He is only here for Light. This is an all-out offensive attack from L. When they are both walking back from the stage, he reveals to Light that he is L. Unable to react in any way other than show respect, Light was caught massively off guard by this, and once again, he had underestimated the lengths L was willing to go to. This moment is iconic in Death Note, as it is the first official meeting between the two, and really represents what makes this story so great. Light is stuck in his head over, is he lying, is he telling the truth? It doesn't really matter because in the end, there's nothing I can do to him. Even if this is a fake guy that he sent down, it just doesn't matter. While L is sitting there just watching. Light is so mad here. He is in a constant state of embarrassment, but the moment he shows any of that emotion, it's over, so he must hold it all in. After the ceremony, L leaves in an expensive car with a chauffeur, reminding everyone once again that he, along with Watari, are some of the wealthiest people on the planet. Light takes the public train home and upon arriving home is met with a bubbly Sayu who asks him how his day went. Light, still fuming, ignores her and walks up to his room, locks the door, and unleashes all of his anger from this day. Never being humiliated like this a day before in his life, Light is furious, even making Ryuk apologize to him. This is another massive point for L. Light is so frustrated at what happened that he goes on to call the Death Note useless and lose composure more than ever before. This was Light's initial reaction. Having gone to such lengths to ensure something like this would not happen, he has now become a almost primary suspect in the Kidda investigation, which completely goes against his original plan. However, Light is not stupid, and this is where he copes. One thing about Light is that he does do a very good job at coping numerous times throughout the story.
Appreciate you, brother. My god. You didn't need to do that. God bless. Alright, let's go get him.
story. In the beginning, he coped with killing those two criminals by justifying to himself that what he did was actually the morally righteous thing to do. Now, when he was caught and humiliated by L, he's angry at first, which rightfully so, but he still finds a way to cope.
Still moving strong, don't get me wrong, I'm making that bang, bang, bang. Yeah, I'm making that bang, bang, bang.
His original plan wouldn't work under these new set of conditions. The conditions have changed. L knows about Light, and Light knows about L. This will allow Light to move in closer and learn everything he needs to about L. And then, when he's served his use case, Light will kill him. The new plan is friends on the surface, while enemies at heart. This will now become a battle that is directly one-on-one. Chapter 20. First Move. The Shinigami realm has been enthralled with Ryuk's movements throughout the human world, calling him a human pet or a pet of lights. Needless to say, this is the most interesting thing that has happened throughout both worlds in a very long time. Light and L have been hanging around each other since entering college. They are perceived by everyone to be good at everything, and if you ask Light Yagami or Hideki Ryuga to do anything, you're led to believe that they'd actually be able to do it. The story does present these two as far beyond anyone else, especially at this college. However,
appreciate
this
that very
friendship
nice.
will
Yeah,
only last so long. Both trying to move in on each other at the same time, it all comes down to whoever makes the move first. Both Light and L are aware of this. L suggests a tennis match in order to get to know each other better, and this is where it's revealed that L used to be the junior British tennis champion, and you get a lot of these scenes showing Light's inner monologue, contemplating what he should or shouldn't say around L. If I ask him if he's British, will that make him suspect me? All the while, L reads his exact thoughts at the exact moment he is thinking them, and replies without Light needing to say anything. Their tennis match is a metaphor for the type of battle that will become regular between them.
Fair.
L's true reasoning for having this game of tennis is to confirm if Light Yagami hates losing, just like Kira. This alone will obviously not confirm if he is Kira or not, but it will tell L how Light reacts and be another clue to make a connection. Light is able to realize this is L's goal, but also understands that he cannot be psychologically profiled from wanting to win a game of tennis. It's a situation where if Light tries too hard, L will connect him to Kira. If Light doesn't try at all, L will make a connection that he is losing on purpose to avoid suspicion. This game of tennis is simply a game of tennis. Winning or losing would have no outcome on the investigation, and so either way, Light may as well go for the win. This is exactly what he does. The tennis match scene sums up a lot of what makes Part 1 of Death Note so good. It is one of the most well executed and intense moments, especially in the anime adaptation. As Light and L are battling it out on the court, their inner dialogue is just as quickly psychoanalyzing each other's next move, each trying to predict the others, and throughout this tennis match, both of them have laid out exactly what they will anticipate from each other moving forward. Light wins the tennis match by 1 point, going for the win, and as a result is left drenched in sweat, compared to L, who doesn't have a drop on him and notices that yes, Light Yagami is someone who desperately does not want to lose. As they are walking back together, Light invites L to get a drink, and this was where he was about to make his first move. However, just as he is about to do so, L cuts in and promptly informs Light that he suspects that he may in fact be Kira. L beats Light into making the first move, which is really what this entire chapter was about, to which Light Yagami is once again thrown off guard, as can be seen by another single sweat mark. Chapter 21. Duplicity. L says to Light that there's only a 1% chance of him being Kira, an even smaller amount than what he said to the task force. We know why he lies about the percentage to the task force, but when he says it to Light, the motivation and reasoning behind it is to make him reconsider all of his past actions and give room to doubt himself moving forward. If L came out and suggested to Light that he was Kira over 90% like he actually does suspect, it becomes an accusation at that point, in which he would have to bring him in for some form of questioning. L does do this in this chapter, but it's a lot more subtle and hidden behind the 1% chance of him being Kidder that he outwardly projects. L knows that it would be basically pointless to accuse him of being over 90% at this point, so he doesn't even go there. Light laughs at the idea that he is Kidder. This may or may not be a small giveaway. I'm not sure how most people would react if they were accused of being the deadliest person in the world. This suspicion isn't coming from a random person. It is coming directly from a person who claims to be L. Laughing about it as an initial reaction to deflect his true inner thoughts was not the best move for Light, and he knows it. Again, being caught off guard by how random L was in telling him this. L goes on to say that he hopes that he can clear Light of suspicion, so that he can maybe in the future use his brilliant powers of deduction to help with this investigation. This has to be a lie, because L doesn't have any other suspects aside from the Kitamura family. If he wasn't lying about wanting to clear Light of suspicion, you would have to believe that L would want to begin the entire investigation over again, which at this point had been going on for 4 months, and we'll find out later that L is actually fairly intent on Light Yagami being Kidder. Back at the NPA headquarters, there's an interesting interaction between the deputy and the chief. Both of these men's families have been suspected by L. It is actually stated that Mogi is playing the role of L during the investigation of the other family, showing that L did actually plan on doing this tactic with both families, confronting each main suspect from both families in person, the son of the chief and the daughter of the deputy. I can only assume L's reasoning behind having Mogi act as L is entirely to ease the mind of Light's father, as he is persistent in telling him that there's only a 5% chance. What we see though is Light's father slowly coming to the realization that his son is L's main target. While he's talking to Deputy Kitamura, he admits to him that L does not actually suspect his daughter and that he has nothing to worry about along with their entire family. Pretty much figuring it out for himself that L's main suspect is his own son. This is a lot for Soichiro to come to terms with. Light and L begin to have their first real conversation on the Kira case. As Light had been told he is suspected of being Kira, his hands are tied and he cannot start this conversation how he originally intended to. This leaves it open for L to come in with a deductive reasoning test phrased as an interview to see if Light would be a help back at the NPA. However it is phrased, this is a way for L to probe Light's mind. More than anything, this is a way to see if he knows anything that only Kira would know. Light has gone over this situation 1,000 times in his head. He is ready to answer anything with the utmost conviction that you have ever seen. And to no surprise, that is what he does, answering a lot of these questions correctly and without causing much or if any suspicion, other than showing that he has a lot more competence than anyone back in the NPA, which L already expected but could be a possible clue in itself. In the final task, Light gets handed his original notes that he left as Kira mocking L. L wants to see how Light would decode these messages in a way that only Kira would. And that's exactly what he does. I've heard about the English translations making this scene difficult to understand, but basically in Japanese, the message translates to L, did you know? Shinigami eat nothing but apples, full stop. Due to the numbering of the cards written on the back, if Light were to have read the message in L's intended order, it would have read, L, did you know? Shinigami who eat nothing but apples, ... The sentence ends clearly incomplete, so to a regular person, the message would appear incomplete as well, and they would naturally assume that there must be a fourth card to complete it. However, Light's first reaction was to read the message in Kira's intended order instead of what a normal person would have done and read them in accordance with L's assigned numbers. This is what makes Light's deduction incorrect. Light decided that there are only 3 notes. This is what was suspicious to L. The fourth message is a funny clapback by L, clearly he designed this himself, and it reads in English, L, do you know? Gods of death who love apples have red hands. In the same way Light was originally mocking L via these notes, L's note implies that Kira, who he suspects to be Light, will be caught red-handed, which is more of a subtle moment, but really an amazing moment from L. Ever since he introduced himself up until now, L is all over Light. Light realizes his mistake soon after it is pointed out to him, while L acknowledges that it won't be so easy for him to pull these tricks again, as Light will just become naturally more aware to L's sort of mind games that he's been playing all throughout. L is speaking to a man who is able to put himself in the mind of Kidder at an abnormal rate, almost at an instant, answering how he would react, think and behave all in the span of seconds. L, of course, notices this and pretends to praise Light by saying that he is quite brilliant. Light, still not even sure if this is the real L, flounders around and talks about refusing to join the task force unless he proves that this is the real L and that his identity must be validated by the task force members, something that hadn't even been mentioned by L. Of course, if you work with the task force, you would know who the real L is. As soon as he got caught out for being wrong on the card readings, Light should have stopped talking there. This shows L, the greatest detective in the world, that he is a perfect example of someone who hates to lose. If it wasn't clear already, on this conversation alone, L knows. From the moment he first saw Light, he knew something was up. Every moment moving forward is him only becoming more reassured, to where L is not the one that needs convincing. What he needs is evidence, and that's where the problem comes in. In such a profound way to end this chapter, Light's father is hit with a heart attack due to the stress of his son being Kidder. Chapter 22. Misfortune. The human with the power to kill is followed by misfortune. Light's father, L, even Ryuk all agree with this. However, Light, being that human, disagrees and wants to become the exception to the rule. Soichiro had collapsed of a heart attack, but survived, leading everyone to assume that this was an actual heart attack and not one forced onto him by Kidder himself. This scene thus far gives the most amount of insight into the relationship Light has with his father and the amount of respect he has for this man. As Light Yagami, he is so angry and mad and distraught amongst the chaos Kidder has brought to his father that he commits himself to abandoning his studies to help work on this case. He has so much respect for his father as Light Yagami that it even forces L to believe that Light is being genuine when speaking to him. The good Light, publicly known as Light Yagami, admires his father. The power-hungry, egocentric, Kidder version of Light has a single-minded focus of becoming God. This is where the conflict appears, and is difficult for even L to read. In one of L's best moments, Light is then asked to describe how he imagines Kira, his own interpretation of him based purely on the facts. Light depicts Kira as an affluent child, pretty much the same conclusion as L. Based on this profile, the most suspicious target would be his sister, Sayu Yagami. L says this with so much innocence, and it's true, based on how Light described Kidder, it would lead to either him or his sister, and as Light obviously doesn't suspect himself, L says this without expecting much backlash because to him it's just black and white. However, Light really does yell at him for this, as to not inflict any more emotional pain onto his father. It is interesting to note that Light's father, Chief Yagami, isn't bothered by the idea of Sayu being Kidder, because to him, there's no way. If she killed someone, it would not be as meticulously planned out as all of Kira's killings, so he is able to comfortably disregard her. However, he cannot say the same for Light. As much as he loves and is proud of his son, he cannot completely dismiss his suspicion at this point. To this, he says one of the most profound takes in all of Death Note, that Kidder is evil, and the absolute evil, or the real evil, comes from the power of taking human life. Anyone given that power has been cursed, as no matter how you use it, happiness can never be obtained through taking the lives of other human beings. L agrees with this, while Ryuk is standing in the corner laughing at Light, who says nothing. When Light and L both leave the hospital, Light does something insanely crazy. This is such drastic measures that he did not need to do. Whether he said this after seeing his father almost killed, he throws all caution to the wayside and straight up asks L, "What can I do to prove that I am not Kidder?" Even going as far to request to be locked up for a month without TV and being watched at all times. This was an insane request from Light. There would be no world in which L would consider this, as he had only suspected him a tiny amount. Light is willing to go to such lengths to prove his innocence when there's absolutely no need for him to do so. If he wasn't Kidder, absolutely nothing about his life changes. He would not need to ask this, and if he was Kidder, it would be in his best interest to gain L's trust as quickly as possible, and that's what he was attempting to do in this moment. And if it wasn't already confirmed in L's mind, this is pretty damning evidence for someone as perceptive as L. The human who finds a death note is guaranteed to be followed by misfortune. Light may not realize it, but that has already happened. Personally, he claims to be feeling happier than ever with this new power. However, his family, the people, and the world around him, in the end, no one wins. Truly, by every metric, he would be living in a world without Light. After confirming that this was in fact the real L, Light declares that he will help alongside the task force, as this works in both of their interests in outsmarting each other and will define the contest of who will uncover who first. The story begins to move towards an in-person battle opposed to the long-range mind games that started off the first 22 chapters. A new Kidder emerges. This is where Death Note loses a bit of its magic for some people and becomes more about overall power than pure strategy. Tapes are sent into a broadcasting network called Sakura TV. These tapes are from someone claiming to be Kidder and asks for their message to be announced to the world. This brings an end to the first arc of Death Note. The first 22 chapters introduced concepts and executed on ideas that to this day have not been replicated in the genre. Everything from Kidder vs. the world, Light vs. L, the amount of deception from these characters in the ongoing story of who is going to be righteous in the end, none of this would have been possible without a bored Ryuk and the Death Note. Although this wasn't the author's sole intention, by writing this type of story it will inherently bring up the question surrounding the morality of Light, and as you slowly see him sink lower and lower, it becomes obvious that he isn't moral justice at all. In chapter 1, Light's biggest problem in life was that he was bored. This was the thing that was constantly on his mind. Since picking up the Death Note, that has never appeared to be a problem again, and was actually a big factor in why he decided to even use it in the first place. In the beginning, he was neither good or bad. His main characteristic was boredom. Light never seems to realize or understand that boredom in itself is a luxury. In the moment, boredom sucks, it's boring. But in the grand scheme, it means that you have no immediate threats to your survival or well-being. If Light Yagami was stripped of everything and was thrown into the middle of a lion's den, he would not be bored. If he was given a book of death and was able to control the mind of an individual before death, he would also not be bored. Light in chapter 1 is a character that could have gone either way. Picture an alternate world where instead of the Death Note falling from the sky, it was instead, let's just say, a money note that is given to Light. The human whose name is written inside this notebook along with an amount shall receive it. Something that could only positively affect people's lives, in total contrast to the Death Note. How do you think Light Yagami would have reacted to picking something like that up instead? Would he have just used it on himself, giving himself unlimited amount of funds? He has no track record of being monetarily influenced in the main series, or would he have the same inner monologue about being justice and giving out to all those in need? Was there ever a point in the story where Light had good intentions and acted beyond his own desire of becoming the god of the new world? Well, yes, and it comes later in the story where the idea of the Death Note is completely gone and out of reach from his mind. From the moment Death Note begins, that notebook falls from the sky, and so there's not much time given with Light pre-Death Note. As they say, the human who picks up the Death Note is cursed. Most people end up ending their own lives before accomplishing anything at all, and the only difference with Light is that he simply has more conviction than the average person. When Light received the Death Note, and then the confirmation that the Death Note was his, he basically attained ultimate power, something that many countries in the future would bid trillions of dollars for. Light had attained instantly, and what ultimate power does is it will heavily enhance and exaggerate a person's characteristics. And in the wrong hands, ultimate power ultimately corrupts, And I do think in the end that is the biggest downfall of Light. Whether he could have been good or not, there was so much potential for good. However, due to his upbringing, with his father being the chief of police, there was an acquired sense of justice from a young age. This conditioning, when combined with the boredom he feels later in life, deviates him from the line of what is right and wrong. Light's view is then cemented by the Death Note. In his most private moments, when nobody was around, there were glimpses of his true nature. Not only to make the world better, but it had been shown from early on, in the sudden motivation and pure excitement he got from first using the Death Note. He wanted people to know that he existed, and that there was an opportunity to shake up a world he once saw as boring and mundane. What if everyone had a Death Note? This is a bit of a tangent for the next 20 seconds, but I think it's important. A survey came out within the Death Note universe during the pilot that shows the desire to own a Death Note does not supersede the want for others to own a Death Note. There are a lot of people out there who would actually want a Death Note. People want power, but if everyone had that same power, then that power becomes normal and is no longer considered a power. This makes up the general consensus that what Light is doing is wrong. Imagine for a second if every human was given a Death Note when they say turn 12 or something, and it was normal to live in a society that actively was aware that its populace all have and use Death Notes. It sounds like a bit of a messed up place from our perspective, but to that specific set of people, it would come as second nature. The environments that you surround yourself with make up a lot of who you are, and in a world where Death Notes are used by only gods and are a divine power, the humans of that society do not want any other human to get their hands on a Death Note.
This is quite the tangent.
That referred to Kira as evil. First using the Death Note, he wanted people to know that he existed. To that specific set of people, it would come as second nature. The environments that you surround yourself with make up a lot of who you are. Together.
Oh, it was quite the tangent.
Chapter 23.
There we go.
Hard Run. November 28th, 2003. Light Yagami picks up the Death Note.
Bro,
January 1st,
where were you? What do you mean, where
Naomi
was I?
Misora would be approached by Kira.
Long time
4 months
since
later, for the rest of
where were
human
you?
history, her body would never be found. The date now being April 13th, 2004,
Where
Kira
were you?
had become a well-known figure throughout the world for the last few months. And 5 days later, on the date of April 18th, a message is broadcast throughout the world that would change history forever.
Where was I? Where were you?
A person claiming to be Kira appears on public television, displaying their name in a gothic font similar to how L originally did, and shows off their powers for everyone to see, killing a total of 2 news anchors live that referred to Kira as evil. This was done in front of the entire world. Everyone sees this. For the past 22 chapters of the main Death Note story, it had been mostly a secretive event. The world knew of Kira vs. L, but all information was
Did you even recognize me?
This
Yeah,
global
Pango, for sure.
display
I
busts
remember
open
that.
a lot of the mystique that the original Kira had, blatantly stating their plans and
100%.
justifying them in the name of making the world a better place. It is similar to Light's original plan and end goal, but he would never do this. This is not how Light behaves and is far too reckless. Kira had been shown to be a lot more selective in his victims and would not want to publicly mass kill people who disagree with him to this extent. L is especially taken back by this and in an instant decides that this broadcast must be stopped.
I'm doing great,
Ukita,
Paul. How are
one
you?
of the lesser known task force members, immediately rushes to Sakura TV headquarters to end the broadcast himself before anyone else dies. And as he is about to shoot his way in, Ukita dies of a heart attack. Kira had just displayed an action that he previously wasn't able to do. Ukita is the first member of the remaining task force to die, and
You never
Kira
let
had
your
just killed
precisely on
someone
time,
without
like a
knowing
wizard,
their name.
eh?
Imagining back to when this was being released weekly, the idea certainly would have had to have been, oh my god, Light really took the Shinigami ideal, this is insane. A member of the task force is dead. This is clear for everyone to see, including the chief, who is still recovering from his own heart attack. The remaining members of the MPA, mainly Aizawa, are standing directly next to L when this happens, and they are all drawn with at least 2 sweat marks at a time, freaking out over the death of their colleague, everyone excluding L, who remains rational. Probably because he doesn't care that Ukita died. He figures this Kira may be in close proximity to the networking stations because Ukita was killed before the broadcast could get to him. However, L's plan throughout all of this is to simply observe and do nothing.
Come on, hit a nice banger
Chief
here.
Yagami is bloodlusted. Seeing one of his comrades die from the comfort of his hospital bed does not sit right with him, and so he crashes a truck into the front of Sakura TV's broadcasting stations. He may not be as perceptive as his son or L, but he definitely has a lot of passion. In this situation, Light's father was proactive, while L was still figuring out how to best go about this, assuming that he was dealing with a more powerful version of the kidder he'd been facing all along. Chapter 24. Shield. Soichiro cannot compare with Light or L pretty much ever, so when you get these moments, it is cool. Having come to the realization on his own that this kidder only needs a face to kill, he goes rogue from the hospital and is literally in a bloodlusted state, threatening to kill the Sakura TV staff if they do not hand over every tape sent in by Kidder. This is completely justified by the chief. These staff members may have been under threat, but also have indirectly led to these deaths themselves by constant coverage and pedestalization of Kidder on their show. This is the most amount of action Light's father has ever taken in the Kira case, and it's incredible to see his sense of true justice. There is a reason that Soichiro Yagami is the chief of police. He is seen as what a good person is. He exits the station to be met with the entire police force barricading the road with riot shields and armored trucks in honor of what he had just done. This is a defining moment for Soichiro, a risk no one else was willing to make except for Ukita. He gains the respect of everyone, even the members of the NBA who had quit the Kira case earlier on. From here, L gets his hands on all of the tapes sent in by this person claiming to be Kira. Obviously, this isn't Light, and it's only going to be a matter of time before L realizes that fact. Whoever this was, they had the power of Kira, and clearly they supported his cause. The second Kira had given the police a choice to make, to accept Kira's judgment or to fight it. There was no way around it. If they were to accept judgment under the new world of Kira, they must comply with showing more criminals on the news, and report on all crimes, no matter how the severity, especially in which cruelty was shown towards the weak. Along with this, have L and the deputy of the MPA make themselves appear in public. These requests are mostly in line with what Light would actually want, but again, he would never think of doing this, especially not making a request as futile as that. L and the task force send back the no response, to which the new Kira declares that either the chief of police or L must appear publicly on Sakura TV, or else they will take the lives of several police chiefs from around the world at random, basically holding their lives hostage. At the exact time of this happening, this is obviously a huge head scratcher to L. He is trying to decode these messages that go against everything he originally thought Kira to be. This is confusing to him. It goes against all logic. He basically has to make up a new theory and interpretation. It cuts to Light Yagami sitting in the middle of his room, smiling and thanking God for this lifeline. Or instead, this time, he's thanking another god of death.
I feel your pain.
Chapter 25. Fool.
Kill this bitch.
This would take notice almost entirely off of Light for a while, since these actions are not his. However, L is so perceptive that in his spare time over the last couple of days, he had been revising the footage and was able to realize that the person who sent in these tapes was a fake Kira. The reason L calls them a fake Kira is because to him, this is a person simply pretending to be Kira and does not measure up to the real thing.
What? My dad straight up just bounced, bro. What the fuck? That man said he ain't waiting for no one. Jesus.
Intellectually. This is a big thing with L. From the very beginning, he knows that Kira is someone worthy of his time, worthy of risking his own life for. That is how much he values the intellect of Kira. It is equal to his own, and so when there is someone simply pretending to act in this role, it becomes pretty obvious to him. While Light is over here trying to find out a way to manipulate this person into killing L has seen through these videotapes and has come to the realization that he does not like the second Kira. More so that he doesn't like their style, as it's completely different to how the Kira he knows would normally act. This statement from L does give further insight into him suspecting Light immensely. He is basically saying that the second Kira is an amateur and nothing at all like Light Yagami, who is really good at literally everything, and the only person throughout his entire life who he had seen as an equal. Another statement L makes that is true is Kira's aim is not a dictatorship based on fear. This is something that the second Kira was not really aware of and didn't take into consideration. Light's method was to make his views gradually enforced and slowly change society. This is the exact opposite of how the second Kira is acting. All of these things, along with the killing without a name, add up to the idea of a second Kira. And L is really smart for figuring this out, of course, but he kind of had to know this. If this idea never gets brought up, the story would just become way too one-sided in Light's favor, and run these stories back in different multiverses, Light has many more advantages and basically chooses how to play the game. What you would have is the entire police force chasing someone who isn't actually Light, while Light gets to plan and do whatever he wants uncontested. Some say it was a stretch for L to come to this deduction so quickly. However, this is just what L does, and while I find it quite justified how L is so connected intellectually to Light that he just knows that whoever this second Kira is, it's just not the same person. These sort of intellectual feats are very consistent throughout the story, and this will not be the first or last time L bets everything on a hunch. However, it is probably the biggest example of it so far. When asked about the percentage chance of there being a second Kira, L this time says over 70%, which is closer to the truth. However, it is irrelevant whether he is lying here or not. Fingerprints from the postage stamps arrive, again pointing out this Kira to be a complete amateur. While inspecting these fingerprints, they notice that they're very small, resembling a child or even a small woman. L's final deduction on these videotapes is that the real Kira is the smarter of the two, and that he expects that the original Kira will try to find out who the second Kira is before the police do. And by focusing their attention on the second Kira, it will lead to the capture of the original Kira. L then asks Soichiro if Light can work with them on the case, to which the chief is hopeful that this has cleared his son. Of course, L just pans this off and says this is purely because of his deductive reasoning abilities. However, this is a clear lie, as in the very next sentence he informs the task force to keep the idea of the second Kira a secret to Light. This is L wanting to see how the real Kira would react to this information in real time, and if Light wasn't a suspect, there would be no use for him on the task force, at least right now. The pain in the chief's eyes only continued to grow. A second Shinigami appears, this time following around a woman named Misa Amane. Chapter 26. Reversal. The idea of Light working with the task force is insane for the story. L is wanting this to happen because he suspects Light to be Kira, but the others have no idea. They simply have taken L's word that this is only a 5% chance, so it's unlikely the man standing before them is actually Kira. Light and L are so far above everyone else that they are seemingly able to have battles right in front of the task force openly without any of them catching on to anything. This is cool to see when it happens, but it shows a huge gap in importance and authority and really just makes it hard to take anyone else seriously other than these two. Light is called in to review the footage sent in by the second Kira. L tells everyone that if Light assumes there is a second Kira out there, he will be mostly cleared of actually being the original Kira. This, again, is a huge lie from L, as regardless of Light's deduction, he would remain in suspicion. This man cannot stop lying. What L wanted was an opportunity to do what he and Light had talked about when they first spoke on the Kira case back at the coffee shop. He wanted to get him to say something that only Kira would know. Anytime L's finger touches his lip, it means that he is onto something, and when Light is reviewing the footage, L, with finger on his lip, directly asks him his thoughts on the case in a tone that Light is able to pick up on, and that is when he realizes that this whole thing is simply a test just to see how Kira would react. Before seeing L so inquisitive, Light was going to say nothing and just let the second Kira's plan play out, and to have L killed in a few days whenever he made his public appearance. L displayed a subtle emotion that only Light picked up on, and so he comes out and says that there may be another Kira. He comes to this conclusion all on his own, as deciding that there is a second Kira would be, in essence, going for the win, which goes back to their tennis match. But the only way he could have come to this conclusion is if he had access to all the information collected by the MPA and had been watching every move Kira made extremely closely, or if he was Kira himself. Once again, only L picks up on this, as the rest of the task force is too busy hyping up how similar his analysis was to L's. Soichiro assumes that this has cleared Light of all suspicion based on what L had said earlier. However, no matter what Light said here, he was still always going to be a suspect. This was a lie L had created for the purpose of setting up a trap for Light in both directions. This has transformed itself into an opportunity to get the man who he believed to be Kira to write a personalized and genuine response to the second Kira, pretending to be Kira himself. The fact that Light concludes there is a second Kira is, if anything, even more revealing because it shows that he knows a lot more than he lets on. If he could make a similar deduction to L after it took L a few days of constantly scouring these tapes, while Light does it almost instantly, this is clearly suspicious to L, regardless of what he told the task force. Once again, very subtle, but he is the only one to pick up on this. Light is given the task of responding to the second Kira as Kira. This was L's intention all along. When Light writes his speech, he is able to do so freely. This is a message from Kira to the second Kira, even leaving in a part of the speech that implies killing L. Can't help but think Light was trying to slip one through there. Misa Amane is the second Kira, and there isn't much to say about her right now. She, in a way, represents the opposite of what makes Light and L's battle so back and forth. Misa sends in her response back, and it is immediately noticeable to Light that this person, whoever it is a liability. She mentions killing with eyes. Light is drawn with a total of 3 sweat marks. She mentions Shinigami. Light is drawn with a total of 4 sweat marks, and L falls out of his chair. Chapter 27. Right, Love.
RNG's just
Misa Amane does not share the same plan as Light. Her main goal is to be recognized by the original Kira and get his attention. That is all she cares about, and the whole reason she is even doing any of this. Her plan to take out and kill L and bring peace around the world may share a similar ideological focal point to Light, but it is not the same, as she reacts purely based on feeling and the desire to meet the original Kira, whereas Light is just completely on a different wave. Having heard the phrase Shinigami, L falls out of his chair, screaming, showing the most amount of emotion he has the entire series. This was his brain calculating all of the events of the Kira case from the very beginning and putting it all together to confirm the existence of the Death God. The first Kira had hinted towards Shinigami, and the second Kira confirmed it, concluding that Shinigami must be a part of some sort of code as to how Kira is able to execute his power. With all of this new information splurged right in front of him, L decides that from now on he's going to let both Kiras handle everything on their own, while he waits for the next move. Ever since meeting Light at the entrance exams, L has been consistently taking wins over him. Not huge case-solving revolutionary wins, but still consistent wins nonetheless. Since meeting L, Light had done nothing to clear his suspicion. In fact, the suspicion only grew and was basically confirmed. From getting him to say things that only Kira would know, such as the idea of the second Kira, all the way down from making Light paranoid enough, asking to be locked up for weeks purely on the basis of a 1% suspicion. Light had not been able to keep up with L in real time, and so, for the first few chapters after they meet, L uncovers a lot about who Light Yagami is, as a person on a deep level, but the same cannot be said for Light. L is very closed off, and it will take him longer to know L as well as L knows Light. L figures out Light's true personality much quicker than Light figures out L's true personality. At least in person, that's how it seems. With the reveal of the second Kira, Light had been given an opportunity to turn things around. He must find them and meet with them as soon as possible. The Shinigami known as Rem is following by Misa's side, and up until this point, the fact that another person has a death note is nuts. This was a big risk for Oba to take in the story. Introducing another notebook into the world will spread the focus from a Light-only story to whoever is in control of the second notebook. This could have ended badly if, let's say, the person is uninteresting or boring. Misa, though, is a very unique person to own a death note. It would be like a Stan getting the same powers as their idol. It's a really interesting position for Light to be in as well, as we will see how he reacts to this type of praise. Misa was given a death note by a weird Shinigami, not Rem, as she was only the messenger. The story of Misa getting a death note is because a Shinigami named Gelis fell in love with her. That said Shinigami died protecting her, killing someone else to extend her life, and in turn dying himself for the sake of a human. Playing on the idea that certain Shinigami can fall in love with humans. It is stated in the rules for Shinigami that any kind of sexual conduct with humans is not allowed, which is super bizarre to think about, and is weird that that even has to be mentioned in the rulebook. It makes you wonder, if Shinigami can fall in love with humans and even consider having sexual relations with them, would that mean their connection to the human world relates back to them once being humans before they became gods of death? Something to think about. When Shinigami are created, they are handed a death note by the Shinigami King. All humans, when they die, return to nothingness, but it doesn't say anything about a
That's fucking wild, mate. Bro, I'm getting rinsed. And in front of the 20 banger right here. 20 banger, please. 13. Anything. Anything. Ugh. Man. That's 360 the dragon. That's funny. I need to get my like attack to 80. That would be sick. HP. Come on. Put him down. Right here. Right here. Yup. Yup. Right here. Put him down. Come on. There's no way this fucker just heals like that. Is it one? Go on, give me the pet. Please. go. What did I have to do? Everything. You have to do everything. What's my plans for today? Well, I was supposed to go out with my dad, but he kind of just dipped the fuck out. So I'm waiting for him to get home. And yeah. I'm waiting for him, my man. Ah, it's tidy. Taking another soul? Damn, bro. You just be dying left, right, and center. You be dying left, right, and center. Whoa. Dude, I'm not healing. Holy fuck, almost died right there. I would've been pissed. Damn, that was close. I know, I was trying to. I was pressing the button to heal, bro, and it just wasn't healing. Almost a full bag there. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. Damn, that was close indeed. Bro, he's just rinsing me for my HP right now. Come on. Now you can play this on your phone. It's a mobile game as well. It's better on PC though. Bro, it's an MMO, so you just go around doing quests. Fucking, if you start out, they'll put you on a training island. They'll put you on like training island. They'll teach you like what to do, essentially, for the most part. The basics of the game. Go around mining stuff, attack things, get your levels up. Bro, this dragon's taking forever to die. I just can't hit him. I just can't hit this fucking guy. Come on. Come on. I'm walking here. SpongeBob Theory, Miss Puff's Dark Secret. I'm hooked. Let's watch it. Bro, like, why the fuck did my father just bounce like that?
This is not Mrs. Puff. You may think she's just SpongeBob's boating teacher, but you'd be very, very wrong. For years, she's been running from her dark and mysterious past, but it's finally caught up to her. And behind it all is a mastermind who's been secretly controlling her life and psychologically torturing her. If you guys thought my last two theories were mind-blowing, get ready for my biggest conspiracy yet. This is the Mrs. Puff theory. I gotta start off by saying, wow, the reaction to my last two SpongeBob theories has been insane.
How does she know? How does she know?
Squilliam, you lying, deceiving, who is that handsome handsome young devil!
I'm glad you guys are enjoying my ridiculously deep dives into the show. I mean, I have to watch so much SpongeBob and read so much of the Wikipedia to put these theories together, but it's worth it because the writers actually take the time to set these things up. Now, a lot of people have been asking, Alex, how do you come up with these crazy conspiracy theories? Well, I always start these theories by looking for the moments in the show that seem to be implying more than they're letting on. Like I've said before, SpongeBob is a weird show with lots of abstract humor, but I can usually understand the intent the writers had behind a weird joke. But then there's stuff like this.
I hope I still remember how to do this. Yeah.
And it's so confusing and weird that it feels like the writers are trying to imply something beyond just weirdness for the sake of comedy. And nowhere in the show is there more of these moments than with Mrs. Puff. And once I started looking into it, it led me down the deepest rabbit hole I've ever seen from this show. So, let's begin. Uh-oh, looks like I'm getting hacked by a hacker. I knew this would happen if I got too close to the truth. Well, it's a good thing this video is sponsored by
VPN.
Here's what I look like now. Go to nordvpn.com/Alex. Mrs. Puff is a boating school teacher in Bikini Bottom. She's passed all of her students except for one, SpongeBob SquarePants. He's taken her driver's test hundreds of times and he always ends up failing it and causing destruction and chaos that usually ends up with Mrs. Puff going to jail, despite it not really being her fault. We also know that she was once married, but her husband was killed by fishermen.
That's my driving teacher, Mrs. Puff.
Mrs. Puff? Oh, she's married.
Oh no, Mr. Krabs, she's single.
Then what happened to Mr. Puff?
She doesn't like to talk about it.
Throughout the show, there are moments like this that seem to be hinting at her having a dark, mysterious past. And in Season 2, Episode 10, No Free Rides, we get the biggest clue about who Mrs. Puff really is. After SpongeBob fails the driving test yet again, Mrs. Puff has just had it with him and ends up just giving up and giving him his license even though he never really passed. She quickly realizes that this is a horrible idea and he'll probably end up destroying the entire town.
So much destruction. This reporter asks, why?
Damn, bro, we both
places the
lost.
blame on this negligent, selfish driving instructor who...
Remember this clip, because it's going to be very important later on. And then she says this insanely revealing line.
What have I done? Everyone will know that I let him slide through school. I'll have to move to a new city, start a new boating school with a new name. No, not again.
No, not again. Come on, it's like they're just begging someone to make a theory about this. So we now know Mrs. Puff was originally from a different town, she used to own a different boating school, and Mrs. Puff isn't even her real name. There's something in her past that she ran away from. Now, there's been some debate over whether she's actually referring to a new name for herself or for her boating school, but I do think she's talking about her own name, because if she's trying to run away from something in her past, she wouldn't start a new boating school with her real name in the title. Now, when she says again, I don't think she's just referring to starting a new life.
Everyone will know that I let him slide through school. Not again.
I think at her previous boating school, she had a terrible student just like SpongeBob who she prematurely gave a license to, and it led to something so terrible happening that she had to run away and start a whole new life. In Season 3, Episode 5, Doing Time, we get a flashback to when she first opened up the school.
Yo, peace out, Paul. Stay out of trouble, homie.
With the opening of my new boating school, I pledge that as long as a student is willing to learn,
Stay safe out there.
never give up.
Hi, I'm SpongeBob SquarePants.
With the opening of this new boating school, let's keep in mind that this is not her first boating school. Maybe the whole reason she's making this
Stay
pledge
safe out
now
there.
at her second school is because she gave up on a student at her previous school, and that led to her having to run away and start a new life. She's pledging to never make the same mistake again. Now let's skip ahead to one of the newer episodes. Season 12, Episode 21, Lighthouse Louie, where Mrs. Puff has SpongeBob organize all the stuff she keeps in the school's lighthouse. There's lots of interesting things hidden in the background, but the first thing that caught my eye was this file labeled Mrs. Puff. It makes sense for a teacher to have files on all their students, but why would she have a file about herself? But let's remember, she's not Mrs. Puff. That's a fake identity she created, and I'm willing to bet all of her fake identification documents are in this file. Back in No Free Rides, she just gives SpongeBob a license that she already had for him. So she clearly makes these licenses and would probably know how to make fake identifications. But that's not the only hint about Mrs. Puff's past in this lighthouse. There is something in here that directly confirms all of of this. As SpongeBob swallows all of Mrs. Puff's junk, we see something very interesting for only a few frames. The arranged boat teacher makes getaway. 10 seasons later, and the creators are still hiding stuff about Mrs. Puff fleeing her old life. It might not look like it at first, but we actually get a ton of new information from this newspaper. This is from the New Kelp Post, which tells us Mrs. Puff originally lived in New Kelp City. Then there's a caption that reads, "Distracts authorities with balloon animals." And do you remember that clip from the beginning?
I hope I still remember how to do this. Yeah.
So whenever Mrs. Puff makes a getaway or commits a crime, she leaves behind a balloon animal to distract the police. I'm telling you guys, these writers don't just do stuff randomly. They have reasons for everything. And
That's
the most
fucking
damning
crazy.
piece of evidence from this newspaper is actually the picture of Mrs. Puff. Kind of a strange photo, right? We have seen this exact same photo of her before. In the episode No Free Rides, when she imagines what would happen if SpongeBob got his license.
Local consensus places the blame on this negligent, selfish driving instructor.
This means that this isn't just her imagination of what might happen. This is also her
Bro,
remembering
that's so
what happened when
wild.
she lived in New Kelp City and prematurely gave one of her students a license. And I'm willing to bet that the fish reporting the news is the exact same one who reported about her in New Kelp City. Let me explain. We know from the episode Whatever Happened to SpongeBob that reporters from the Bikini Bottom News can also work for the New Kelp City News. But the real reason I think this is because of his hair. In the entire show, we have never seen this fish reporter with hair before. Why would the creators go out of their way to add that detail? Because Mrs. Puff isn't imagining him as he looks now. She's remembering him from years ago when he used to have hair, when he reported about her in New Kelp City. Mrs. Puff has been running from her past ever since, and is now forced to relive her experience with an unteachable student through SpongeBob. But reliving this trauma has pushed her to the point of complete insanity. And trust me when I say that you have no idea how delusional she actually is. Another running gag throughout the series is Mrs. Puff's occasional nervous breakdowns or moments of insanity because of SpongeBob, and they get more severe as the show continues. At first, she did care for SpongeBob, but in the newer episodes, she literally tries to kill SpongeBob just to get him out of her life. Even SpongeBob just walking up to her gives her severe PTSD.
Hi, Mrs. Puff.
Ah! Hit the brakes! SpongeBob! Watch the tree! Laugh!
Wait, Mrs. Puff, we're not driving.
But these mostly seem like just one-off moments, and for the most part, Mrs. Puff is still a functioning member of society, right? I'm going to show you that she's actually much more insane and delusional than you may think. And some of the episodes she's in take place entirely in her own head. If we're talking about how insane Mrs. Puff is, there is no better place to start than the episode Doing Time. Once again, SpongeBob fails the boating test and causes destruction and chaos, which leads to Mrs. Puff going to jail. SpongeBob keeps breaking into jail to try and bust her out, but Mrs. Puff actually prefers being in jail over teaching him. We actually get another interesting line about Mrs. Puff's past in this episode.
Okay, you can do this, Puff. You can get through this without losing your sanity. Oh, that's a road we don't want to go down again.
So we know that Mrs. Puff has lost her sanity in the past, probably from her previous terrible student. But it seems like she's recovered since then, except in this episode she has a complete mental breakdown. SpongeBob keeps appearing in impossible places until she gets thrown into solitary confinement, where each wall of the room transforms into a giant SpongeBob face. And then the episode ends in a way that's so weird and confusing that it rivals the infamous gorilla episode ending. As Mrs. Puff freaks out, she's suddenly transported back into the beginning of the episode when SpongeBob was taking the test. Except this time, SpongeBob gets arrested instead of her.
Help! Help! No! This is not a good time! No!
I can't believe it. It was all a dream. I'm not going to jail.
Why would you go to jail? You already did your time.
Forget it.
So what's really going on in this episode? Was the ending all in her head? Is Mrs. Puff just caught in an endless loop? I think this entire episode is
I'm gonna have to
Mrs.
train
Puff's
some
head,
Slayer
and she's
and
actually
get,
on the
like,
outside the
face
whole
80s.
time, but she's been imagining herself
On
inside
God.
of prison. I can explain. Listen closely to what the police officer tells Mrs. Puff.
I'm not going to jail.
Why would you go to jail? You already did your time.
Why would you go to jail? You already did your time. And then revealing she's still in a prison uniform despite being on the outside. So this scene is obviously inside of her head, which means everything we see is symbolic. And if we can understand the symbolism of it, we can understand what's really going on with Mrs. Puff. Notice how she's suddenly wearing a black and white striped prison uniform, even though the entire episode she's been wearing this orange jumpsuit. Why would the creators go to the extra effort to draw a whole new prison uniform for her? Well, we've seen her wear this black and white prison uniform before, the very first time she went to prison back in Season 1, Episode 7, Hall Monitor. So when the police officer says, "You've already done your time," he's referring to the first time she went to jail. But why is she still wearing that uniform outside of prison? Well, she may have gotten out of jail, but she was by no means free. Having to teach SpongeBob is a prison in itself, and she manifests that by believing she's in jail and wearing a prison uniform despite being on the outside. This entire episode, every time SpongeBob magically appears, is all inside of her head. She is completely delusional, and hints that she's experiencing these hallucinations don't stop there. Just 6 episodes later, she goes to a house party SpongeBob throws, and while everyone is talking and having a good time, in the background we see she's literally sitting by herself talking to an ice sculpture of SpongeBob. You can't tell me this isn't intentional. I mean, look at this. Now, back in the episode No Free Rides, there is a very strange picture inside of Mrs. Puff's home. It's a picture of Mrs. Puff inside of a picture of Mrs. Puff inside of a picture of Mrs. Puff, creating an infinite loop. This is something that has confused SpongeBob fans for years. But like everything in the show, there is a reason for it being there. One of the SpongeBob storyboard artists actually called it the biggest mystery in the entire show. If you think about it, this is just like the end of Doing Time, where she's stuck in an infinite loop of SpongeBob failing the driving test. Because it's all symbolic of what her life is, just an endless cycle of SpongeBob taking the test and failing, and no matter what she does to try and escape, she always ends up back in the same place at the end of the episode. So this picture is another symbolic manifestation of what she's feeling. We even see another one of these pictures all the way in Season 9, Episode 5, Bumper to Bumper. This is something that the show is consistently alluding to. Mrs. Puff is an unreliable narrator, and anything we see with her could potentially all be inside of her own head. In fact, I believe I found another episode that takes place inside of her head. In Season 9, Episode 17, SpongeBob Long Pants, SpongeBob goes to a different boating instructor and actually gets his license. But as soon as he does, we briefly cut to Mrs. Puff waking up.
You pass.
I finally got my driver's license!
Lock your doors, bar your windows, it's the end of the world!
Now, this seems like it's probably just a throwaway gag where Mrs. Puff somehow senses that SpongeBob got his license, and it causes her to wake up and freak out. You know, it's a good bit, it's funny, but I have a question. If the joke is that she's supposed to be waking up at the exact time SpongeBob gets his license, how come she wakes up at night when SpongeBob clearly gets his license during the day? Because this entire episode actually takes place inside of Mrs. Puff's head, and this is the only part of the episode in the real world.
I don't know what that was all about, but I'm glad it's over.
But let me pause for a second. I'm sure some of you are already wondering if this contradicts my previous SpongeBob video, The Television Theory. If you haven't watched that one, the gist of it is that the entire show is a documentary television show, and everything we see is actually being secretly filmed by scuba divers. And there's a ton of evidence to support it. I'm very proud of that video. You should definitely check it out. But if everything's supposed to be from a camera, then how are we seeing things from inside Mrs. Puff's head? In fact, how do we see dreams and flashbacks and thought bubbles? Well, I think the simple answer is that even though we viewed the show through an objective camera lens, the world itself still follows the rules of a cartoon.
You can never tell another living soul.
Wait, hold on!
What's that?
My pen is out of ink.
Plankton! You'll never get me formula, not even in a flashback.
In the world of SpongeBob, you can imagine something and other people can still see, record, or interact with it, because that's just how cartoons work. Back to the theory, we know that her insanity has caused her to live a life of delusion, but if you remember back to the Lighthouse episode, she's also become an extreme hoarder, and looking at her collection of junk is like a look directly into her mind, so there's gotta be something we can learn about her from it. There's a picture of her boyfriend, Mr. Krabs, the hall monitor belt she gives her students, the mean drawings her students make her, SpongeBob's diary, a boating safety helmet. Wait, SpongeBob's diary? Why does she have SpongeBob's diary? The last time we saw that, it was safely put away in SpongeBob's library. What's it doing in her lighthouse? And why does she have Squidward's painting? And a table from the Krusty Krab? And SpongeBob's bike? And Squidward's teddy bear? And the hair curlers Mr. Krabs had? And that statue of Squidward? And that diamond ring? And that crown? And that bucket of radioactive waste? And that jellyfish sign? Oh my god. Mrs. Puff is a kleptomaniac. Mrs. Puff has been stealing from everyone in Bikini Bottom. I can even prove that her pet snail from Season 3, Episode 19 was stolen.
My snail is up a tree. I've had her since I was a little girl. No!
You've had that snail since you've been a little girl, huh? Then how come that is the exact same snail Squidward had 4 episodes ago in the Great Snail Race?
I wouldn't let Snally here play with that mongrel mutt. She's a pure
Damn.
See, she
Busted.
even has her own paper. peppers.
He even has her paperwork. Mrs. Puff clearly stole the snail from Squidward. But why the hell would Mrs. Puff steal all this other junk? What possible use could she have for any of it? We could find the answer to that question by looking at this green hat and this purple jacket. These were gifts Mr. Krabs bought her on their first date, but she ended up feeling uncomfortable receiving them and gave them back to him.
I'm afraid I just don't feel comfortable accepting all these gifts.
Except apparently she's not too uncomfortable to steal them back afterwards. So clearly Mrs. Puff isn't stealing this stuff because she wants to use it. She just steals for the thrill of it. Maybe stealing things is her way of coping with the insanity of her everyday life. And remember, this isn't the first time she's gone insane.
You can get through this without losing your sanity. Oh, that's a road we don't want to go down again.
In fact, I have reason to believe that she started stealing things way back whenever she first went insane.
I hope I still remember how to do this.
I don't think she's just talking about remembering how to make balloon animals. She's probably also referring to remembering how to steal a boat. And if that's not enough for you, in a SpongeBob comic book, she actually admits that she used to rob banks and she wears the exact same ski mask. Mrs. Puff lives a completely delusional and miserable life, all because she has to teach SpongeBob how to drive. It's led her to steal from the people she cares about and completely disassociate from reality. But that begs a very important question. If SpongeBob is causing her life to be so miserable, then why does she even keep teaching him? After all the destruction and pain he's caused.
Level.
Hey guys, what's up, it's Stark. After completing the new quest, I got myself some salt. I actually mined them. I didn't know you could buy them from the Grand Exchange. But I'm going to show you how to build the God Wars Dungeon Brazier, because I think it's the most useful one of them all to get rid of the snow, because it drains your run and your special. So the items you'll need are a hammer, a saw, 2 steel bars.
Is that a call?
100 of the red TE salt, 750 of the blue TE salt under to hit them, and I'm going to show you Earth of Eternal Light Wave, and it's right next to the ladder, or you can enter from the Lumberge.
Making friends with my arm. Alright, so that's the quest we gotta do. Excuse me. One song. Finished one small favor. Oh my goodness gracious. There's so much I gotta do for that. Holy. I don't even know if I want to deal with that shit.
She'd totally be justified to expel him, right? I mean, she will literally try and kill him so she doesn't have to teach him, but for some reason she can't just expel him. It's almost like there's someone forcing her to teach SpongeBob.
The mastermind. Dun, dun, dun.
Back to the episode No Free Rides. After prematurely giving SpongeBob a license, she steals his boatmobile so he can't hurt anyone. In the end, this causes her to get arrested and go to jail, but then SpongeBob tells her this.
And besides, the warden says she'll let you go early if you do her a favor.
What's that?
Free driving lessons!
She'll get to leave prison early if she gives free driving lessons. That seems like an oddly specific requirement. And that's not the only time this gets mentioned either. In Season 9, Episode 5, Bumper to Bumper, we get this scene.
If only SpongeBob could pass his boating test, he'd be out of my life once and for all. Unfortunately, I keep getting reminded of the consequences if I get too angry with the little nuisance.
Consequences? Are you telling me that if she refuses to teach SpongeBob specifically, she'll be violating her parole and get sent back to jail? Why does the prison even care if Mrs. Puff teaches SpongeBob? Is it just part of some weird community service? But things start to get really suspicious at the end of Season 7, Episode 5, Summer Job. Once again, Mrs. Puff ends up in jail, but this time she's forced to go to a prison boating school.
Oh, wow! A driver's education class!
Good day, class!
I must be having a nightmare! What's he doing here?
Dear Mrs. Puff, I'm following in your footsteps and got a job as a driver's ed teacher for the summer.
Who in their right mind would hire SpongeBob to do this after he's literally destroyed the city countless times while driving? Is this just another one of Mrs. Puff's delusions? Or is the prison intentionally forcing her to be around SpongeBob just to torture her? I mean, look at the way the guard forces her to sit there and listen to him.
Get me out of here!
And look at that evil smile he has as he watches her endure this torture. There is something very strange going on with this prison. Then, in Season 10, Episode
Sounds like a regular prison to
Mrs.
me.
Puff meets a criminal named Dorsal Dan and starts to get romantic feelings for him. This is also while she's still dating Mr. Krabs. Shame on you, Mrs. Puff. At the end of the episode, they both accidentally land in prison, and the warden puts him in solitary
exactly what it
confinement.
is.
Warden, I found this one pulling up outside the prison.
Dorsal Dan, a notorious getaway driver. Toss him in the clink.
I'll wait for you, my little tender boy.
In or out of jail, this prison will stop at nothing to make sure she is alone and miserable. But why? Who's behind all of this? Why would anyone care this much about torturing Mrs. Puff? Who's the mastermind pulling the strings? Well, maybe it has something to do with her old life in New Kelp City. Maybe she crossed someone and they've been plotting their revenge ever since. But I've looked in every single frame of New Kelp City, and there is nothing connecting it back to the prison. I've looked literally everywhere, and there's not a single person from the city that has anything to do with Mrs. Puff. Well, I mean, maybe except for the literal warden of the prison she's being kept in! He may be hiding slightly off screen, but that is clearly the same warden of the Bikini Bottom prison. And this isn't some random background character that the show reuses all the time. He is a very distinct character. You can call me out on the Squilliam video all you want, but not this time. But wait a second. If the warden was originally from New Kelp City, then he'd probably know about Mrs. Puff's dark past and her true identity. So why hasn't he exposed her? He's just kept quiet about the fact that one of his inmates is living a completely false identity. She'd probably even get more prison time when they find out who she really is, so why hasn't he said anything? This is where things get very interesting. So, we know Mrs. Puff prematurely gave a student at her original boating school a license, and that led to them causing chaos and destruction. Maybe this student accidentally did something terrible to the warden, and he's blamed Mrs. Puff ever since. Whatever happened was so terrible that it caused him to move to Bikini Bottom and get a job as the warden of the town's prison. And to his surprise, he finds out that one of his inmates is actually the person he blames for that terrible thing happening. This works out perfectly for him.
What?
He can finally get his revenge on Mrs. Puff by making her life miserable. All he has to do is reveal her dark secret, and she'll be stuck in jail for much longer. Except for one small issue with his plan. Mrs. Puff actually likes being in prison.
One day down, 2,528 to go. Oh, that's just shy of 4 years without SpongeBob. I'm going to enjoy this.
So, he comes up with a new plan. Keep Mrs. Puff's secret and let her out of prison early, but only under the condition that she has to teach SpongeBob. He's literally turning her normal life into a prison. And he makes sure going back to prison to avoid SpongeBob isn't even an option for her anymore, because he'll make sure that SpongeBob is always in there with her. And he's not gonna let her escape and start a new life like she did in New Kelp City. He makes sure to give her an ankle bracelet that doesn't let her leave Bikini Bottom.
I can't even leave town without violating my parole.
He is the mastermind who's been controlling everything this entire time. But guess what? His insidious plan doesn't even end there. This is not the first time we've seen the warden character. We first see him in Season 4, Episode 2, Krabs vs. Plankton. In this episode, Plankton slips on some water in the Krusty Krab and decides to sue Mr. Krabs for everything he owns.
good episode.
And then guess who shows up out of nowhere and offers to be Mr. Krabs' lawyer?
What I really need is a good lawyer.
Whoa, did somebody say lawyer? Richard A. Bottomfeeder, attorney at law. I couldn't help but notice that despicable display.
Richard A. Bottomfeeder, the warden of the Bikini Bottom prison, is also apparently a lawyer? That's kind of strange. Those both sound like major careers. You usually wouldn't imagine someone being both. Then he says he'll be Mr. Krabs' lawyer completely free of charge.
So, how much is this gonna cost me?
Actually, I won't charge a dime unless we win.
Well, that's awfully generous of you, Richard. He seems very confident that he can win the case, but right before he goes to court, he slips on some water and says SpongeBob will have to be Mr. Krabs' lawyer now.
Oh, this is gonna be a slam dunk.
Oh no! Mr. Krabs' lawyer, speak to me!
Wrapped with pain, can't move. Looks like you're gonna have to handle this one, son.
He tells SpongeBob that he has to represent Mr. Krabs, even though he himself called SpongeBob a liability.
Actually, SpongeBob, we won't be needing any testimony from you. Why, you'd be more of a liability than an asset.
But it's okay, because apparently all SpongeBob needs to win is inside of Richard's briefcase.
Everything you need to win is in this here case.
Really? Everything?
Except when SpongeBob gets to court, he realizes that Richard never gave him the combination to the case.
It's, all in here.
Really?
Yep, right in here.
Is there a problem?
Your lawyer didn't give me the combination.
Either Richard A. Bottomfeeder is the worst lawyer in history, or this is all part of his elaborate plan to ruin Mrs. Puff's life. Here's what I think happened. First, he finds out that Mr. Krabs is being sued, and he wants to ensure that Mr. Krabs loses the case because he wants to destroy any chance Mrs. Puff has at finding love. So he pretends to be a lawyer, even offering his services for free, something Mr. Krabs can't resist. He makes Mr. Krabs feel confident that they're gonna win the case, and then at the last second, he pretends to get into an accident so he can't represent Mr. Krabs. Instead of finding a real lawyer to replace him, he tells the most incompetent person for the job, SpongeBob, that he has to be Mr. Krabs' lawyer. And he gives him a case that allegedly has all the answers in it without actually giving SpongeBob the combination, setting him up for a total failure in court. Richard A. Bottomfeeder refuses to let anyone get close to Mrs. Puff, not Dorsal Dan and not Mr. Krabs. This guy has squillion levels of hate for Mrs. Puff. But why? What exactly did her previous student do that warrants this much torture? It can't be something as simple as him or his property getting damaged. It has to be something life-changing. Something like losing a loved one because of the student's reckless driving. And I think the show gives us one last hint about who this might have been. All the pictures of Mrs. Puff's house are very meaningful to her. She's got photos of Mr. Krabs, her pet snail, and of course those infinitely looping photos that told us so much about her mental state. But there is one more photo in this house that might be the key to this entire conspiracy. In season 12,
that's so crazy.
14, Plankton's old chum, we see a photo of someone we've never seen before on Mrs. Puff's wall. There's some surprising similarities between this character and Richard. The green color, the red bow tie, the overall fancy, serious appearance. It clearly isn't the same person, but maybe this is someone related to Richard, like a father, a son, or a brother that Mrs. Puff's former student killed. And the reason she keeps a photo of him up is to have a permanent reminder to never make the same mistake of giving someone a license who doesn't deserve it. Mrs. Puff is a boating school teacher who once made a terrible mistake that led to the loss of her business, identity, sanity, and any chance at finding happiness. I like to think that there used to be a time when she was happy, back when her husband was still alive. If only he was still around today, maybe she wouldn't have to face all of this on her own. Thank you for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed. Is what I would say if I was done, except her husband is still alive. Woo! Let's do this! In the SpongeBob movie, SpongeBob and Patrick travel to a gift shop named Shell City that's full of dead fish turned into knickknacks.
Hang on, there's penguins on my screen. That's so sick. What the fuck? I love penguins. What the hell? Yeah, it's so cool.
And ornaments. Except they end up setting off the smoke detector, which activates the sprinkler system and brings all the dead fish back to life, including a very familiar looking pufferfish hanging from the ceiling. Mr. Puff is alive. Well, wait a second. If he's alive and he escaped, then why hasn't he gone back to Mrs. Puff? Why is she still alone? Because remember, she ran away from their home in New Kelp City and started a new identity. So sadly, Mr. Puff has no way of finding her. The tragedy of Mrs. Puff's story is that her happiness is just a city away, but she can never even leave town because that would violate her parole. Richard A. Bottomfeeder probably even knows her husband is alive and is making sure they're never reunited. As the name says, Richard really is a bottom feeder. This video took a ton of time and effort to do all the research for, so
Bro, that's fucking just the craziest shit I've ever heard. And it's hard to, you know, deny. That's fucking wild. What in the fuck did I just watch? What the fuck did I just watch? That shit was wild.
Squilliam Fancy Son! Squilliam Fancy Son! Squilliam Fancy Son!
Squilliam Fancy Son III is Squidward's rival from high school band class.
So, I just took my private yacht across my private lake to my private heliport.
He's more wealthy, popular, and talented than Squidward, and he always rubs it in his face.
That's right. I'm living your dreams, Squidward. Oh, just succeeding in everything you failed in.
But I intend to prove that he's a fraud, using his wealth to make himself seem more popular and talented than he actually is. He goes to ridiculously extreme and expensive lengths to humiliate Squidward and show his superiority, and I'm gonna prove it.
Everything else has such
SpongeBob
irony.
is one of my
for
favorite
sure.
shows from my childhood.
Can't tell.
Even going back now and rewatching the old ones, it still holds up. You might think it's just a kid's show, there's no continuity, there's nothing worth theorizing about, but the show constantly brings back characters and references to previous episodes, and if you look closely, you can connect the dots and find some very interesting stories. And today, I'm going to prove that Squilliam Fancy Son III is a manipulative fraud. Evidence number 1, the pet hospital. We first meet Squilliam in Season 2, Episode 15, Band Geeks. The episode opens with Squidward playing the clarinet and getting a knock on the door.
Dude, are you fucking
we're with the pet hospital down the street, and I understand you have a dying animal on the premises.
Immediately after, Squidward gets a call from Squilliam.
God.
Hello, you've reached the house of unrecognized talent. Please start after the...
Sounds as though you've got a dying animal to attend to, eh, old chum?
I believe that not only was Squilliam spying on Squidward to know when he was playing his clarinet, but he also hired the doctor to come and embarrass Squidward.
Yeah, we're with the pet hospital down the street. Pet hospital down the street.
We have never seen a pet hospital in Bikini Bottom. We've only ever seen just the regular Bikini Bottom hospital. We've seen this purple doctor fish before, but once again, he's never worked at a pet hospital. We've only ever seen him at the regular general hospital.
Well, Mr. Squarepants, it seems you have the suds. Are you ready for your treatment?
Then there's this green fish behind him, and we've only ever seen him as one of the many identical paramedics that work at the Bikini Bottom Hospital. We even see him at the end of the episode to take Squilliam away after fainting. So it is very likely that Squilliam hired these two and told them to pretend like they're from a pet hospital just to humiliate Squidward. But this is just the start of Squilliam's elaborate lies.
Bro, I love this
Evidence
little
number
unit,
2,
bro.
the Bubble Bowl. In the same episode, Squilliam also says,
I'm the leader of a big fancy band now, and we're supposed to play the Bubble Bowl next week. The problem is, I'm busy next week and can't make it, so I was hoping you and your band could cover
I've heard
for
that a
us.
couple
but
times.
we've never seen Squilliam's band before. And despite claiming he's too busy to make it to the Bubble Bowl, he still shows up at the end to watch Squidward's band. So both his excuse and probably his band were made up to pressure Squidward into humiliating himself at the Bubble Bowl. Evidence number 3, Squilliam's friends. In Season 3, Episode 8, Squilliam returns. Squidward leaves for work and conveniently bumps into Squilliam and all of his fancy friends, despite Squilliam not seeming like the kind of guy that would come near the Krusty Krab. He and his friends make fun of Squidward for working as a cashier.
Hold it! Don't tell me! You're a cashier!
Don't lie. Lying always makes it worse.
But I believe that this encounter was planned out by Squilliam in advance, and he hired all of those people to pretend to be his friends. Take a look at Squilliam's friends. They're all nicely dressed, you kind of get the sense that they're fancy, high-status members of Bikini Bottom, but they aren't. This is more like what the fancy rich people in Bikini Bottom look like. These are just some regular Bikini Bottom citizens. Most of them usually don't even wear nice clothes like this. And most of them are regulars at the Krusty Krab and would already know Squidward as a cashier.
My patty doesn't have enough slime!
These are not the type of people Squilliam would hang out with. I mean, why would Squilliam be hanging out with one of Pearl's teenage friends? At the end of the episode, Squilliam even admits to his whole life being fake.
I made everything up about my life. I have no yachts, jets, or anything. I was only trying to impress you.
And then of course he quickly says he's just kidding.
Is that true? Of course not! I'm filthy stinking rich!
But was he kidding? I mean, obviously he's rich, but is there a nugget of truth in there? Evidence number 4, the statue. In Season 7, Episode 6, Squidward has to pick up trash for community service, and Squilliam once again conveniently bumps into him and reveals he's cleaned up so much trash that the city actually built a statue of him.
Maybe if you clean up Bikini Bottom, they'll build a statue of you. Oh wait! They've already built one. Of me! I cleaned up all of Bikini Bottom in only 1 week.
I believe that once again, this encounter was staged by Squilliam, and he actually paid to get that statue built. As Squilliam tells Squidward about the statue, a female fish admires it and says,
"Bless you, Squilliam Fancyson. Bless you."
But if you remember, this is one of those friends Squilliam likely paid, making her whole comment feel very fake. By the end of the episode, Squilliam's statue gets destroyed. A police officer approaches and they have this exchange.
This is your statue?
It was.
Squilliam admits that it's his statue, not the city's. And why else would the officer give him specifically a ticket if it was city property? Evidence number 5, the concert. In Season 6, Episode 17, Squidward watches Squilliam play the clarinet at a big fancy concert. He receives a standing ovation, causing Squidward to leave angrily. But I believe this entire concert is a scam. Not only has the audience been paid to cheer, but Squilliam never even touches his instrument. Once again, many of the audience members were part of Squilliam's quote-unquote friends, but we also never actually see Squilliam play the clarinet. The episode opens right after he's finished his performance with the audience cheering, and one member of the audience says,
"He's such a great musician. He doesn't even have to touch an instrument to be brilliant."
Maybe the real reason Squidward leaves so angrily is because the audience cheered for Squilliam even though he never even touched his clarinet. Maybe Squilliam is just as bad as Squidward at the clarinet and he's trying to hide it. Squilliam has gone to some pretty extreme lengths just to humiliate Squidward, but nothing, and I mean nothing, compares to what he does next. Evidence number 6. The Music College. In the same episode, after Squidward leaves the concert, he's approached by the headmistress of the Bikini Bottom prestigious music college.
"Aren't you the esteemed Squilliam Fancyson III, who we all came here to see perform tonight?"
She mistakes him for Squilliam and offers him a position as a professor. Squidward pretends to be Squilliam and teaches a class, only for the police to burst in and arrest him, all while he's being filmed on live TV. And I believe that this is Squilliam's most elaborate and most expensive scheme to destroy Squidward both publicly and legally. This encounter where Squidward gets offered a job is already suspiciously convenient, but listen closely to their exchange.
I'm Squilliam Fancyson.
But didn't you just say a minute ago that your name was Squidward Q Tentacles?
It is. No, I mean, no,
Tentacles.
I didn't.
Well, that's a relief. I mean, what kind of a moron would go to their worst enemy's music recital?
What kind of moron would go to their own enemy's music recital? How does she know that Squidward and Squilliam are enemies? If she knew who Squidward was, then why didn't she recognize him? Why would she mistake him for Squilliam? This feels way too much like she was hired by Squilliam to set a trap for Squidward. And if that's not enough, the headmistress's associate is literally just a guy from the paid audience wearing a disguise. He just threw on some glasses to seem smart. Squilliam knew that Squidward couldn't resist the opportunity to teach a music class, even if it meant breaking the law.
My very own music class.
Then we get to the Bikini Bottom prestigious music college, and right off the bat, there's something very fishy about this place. The building itself is very green and grimy and has a very cheap metal look. Nothing about this says prestigious except for the big sign on top, which feels like the only new thing about this building. I think there is a very good chance that Squilliam just bought some old warehouse, then stuck a sign and some paint on it to disguise it as a college. I mean, look at these other schools in Bikini Bottom. They all have a very nice structure and a paint job, but this prestigious music college looks like a dumpster. Going into the classroom, not only does it have another one of Squilliam's friends, but if this is such a prestigious college, how did SpongeBob and Patrick get in here?
Would you two numbskulls mind telling me what you're doing in music class anyway?
Sure. Patrick's New Year's resolution was to learn to play an instrument.
They say it was their New Year's resolution to take a music class, but you'd think it'd be harder for them to get into an esteemed music school if they just decided to go to it on a whim. Seems like they're just letting in anyone to sell this ruse.
What are you up to today, Squirter?
The police, Squilliam and the headmistress, and a live news broadcast show up at the same time to arrest Squidward for impersonating Squilliam. If the extremely coincidental fact that all of these people suddenly showed up at the same time isn't enough for you to believe that Squilliam set it all up, I've got something that's going to blow your mind. Squilliam literally has the police working for him.
Squidward, cute tentacles, I'm placing you under arrest for impersonating a genius.
If that doesn't sound like he's been paid off, I don't know what does. The lengths that Squilliam goes to humiliate Squidward are insane. He literally builds statues and entire buildings just to make Squidward feel inferior. But why? Why would anyone go so far to embarrass an old high school band classmate? What happened between them? What could have caused this extreme level of dedication? Well, unfortunately, we never really get much information on their past. I've spent hours reading through the SpongeBob Wikipedia and looking at old episodes, and there really just isn't any clues that would explain their weird relationship. I guess we can't solve everything, but either way, that's my theory. Thank you so much for listening. I really hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you next time. Wait a second. Season 6, Episode 5, Slide Whistle Stooges. Just a normal episode where SpongeBob and Patrick annoy Squidward. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Except I have one question about this episode. Why does Squidward have Squilliam's robe? That is clearly not the purple robe he usually wears. That is Squilliam Fancyson III's robe. Why would Squidward have this? Unless they were more than just classmates. Could they have once been dating? No way. That's not possible. There's no evidence to support that. Right?
Don't be intimidated, Squidward. Try to imagine him in his underwear. Oh no, he's hot!
No. It can't be.
I mean, what kind of a moron would go to their worst enemy's music recital?
It's been right in front of us this whole time.
Our sources last saw Evil harassing teenagers up at Makeout Reef.
Makeout Reef. Good times, good times.
Voted most likely to suck eggs in high school.
Holy shit! The show SpongeBob SquarePants is not what you think it is. There is a secret group of puppet masters who are always watching the citizens of Bikini Bottom and pulling the strings.
Bro, I'm all for
Bikini Bottom
these.
are spies
My
that
God.
keep an eye on the characters and make sure everything.
I'm all for the conspiracies. It's wild. It's fucking wild. Anyway.
About a human that dies who is also an owner of a death note. This has never been stated anywhere and is massively speculated on, but the cruelest scenario to imagine is all humans.
That's actually a good call, Square. That's actually a good call. Not at the moment.
Who were in ownership of the death note prior to death become Shinigami in the afterlife. I'll try to speak on this more when it becomes relevant again, but just note that out of all the very specific rules, it is never stated that humans are not allowed to own a death note. Chapter 28. Judgment. Misa had sent in another message to Kira to confirm where they would meet. This was actually not bad by Misa. She does this in a way that would distract and make it obvious for the average person, while making it very clear to Kira what she actually means. For someone who is portrayed to not be the smartest character in the series, she outsmarts the entire task force with this message. Of course though, not getting past L, he is the one who decides to have stations set up around each of the locations named, regardless of any probability. He is making sure that he catches the second Kira. L had almost completely taken the focus off of Light and is honing in on the second Kira, as he believes them to be an inferior version and therefore easier to capture. Light volunteers to go to a place called Aoyama as an undercover detective. This was an obvious choice for him and does raise some suspicion from L. However, the most he does is ask Matsuda to keep a close eye on him, which probably wasn't the best move for L. Matsuda is constantly played up to be the joke guy of the task force, and is effortlessly swayed and tricked by Light every single time, so much to the point where he develops a completely one-sided relationship with him, where he genuinely thinks that Light is his best friend. Even in his official stats, he has remarkably low intelligence and knowledge for being a detective, coming in at a 4 out of 10. L takes precautions as he intends to capture the second Kira, who can kill without a name, to remove all photographs of everyone from all public spaces. Even the records and photographs of L under the name Hideki Ryuga from college have been completely wiped. Light notes this as impressive, as he's slowly starting to know more about how L operates in real time, which he'll have to learn and adapt to if he wants to win. Light's plan to meet with the second Kira poses a couple of problems. First, they have the Shinigami eyes, so they will be able to see the names and times of death of everyone, except Light will be the only one without a lifespan above his head, as he is also a Death Note user. So straight away, Misa will be able to spot Light first. Ryuk never tells Light about this, and so he never has to plan for it. The second problem, and the only one that he does plan for, is that Ryuk is constantly following him. In case of the other Shinigami, being Rem, telling Misa who Kira is, Light forms a big group of friends around him to guard him from this possible outcome, and at least make it harder for Misa to determine which one is actually Kira. Matsuda is also here under the name Taro, referencing the pilot, and within one sentence, Matsuda's inner monologue is convinced that simply by being present, there is no way Light could be Kira. On the basis of him showing up for duty, he disregards L's warnings and is able to trust Light within seconds. No disrespect to Matsuda though, he is one of the most loyal characters throughout and serves his purpose very well. But this is a big part of the problem L will have. The people that he's working with are just not as smart as he is and do not see things in the same way he does. In a lot of ways in this specific case, this is L's biggest weakness, having to convince the task force to adopt his skepticism and overall mentality towards this case. As Light is walking in a big group, Misa is disguised in an outfit that makes her unrecognizable, and as soon as she sees Light, she becomes the first person to uncover the identity of Kira. Showing no lifespan means that he is also a Death Note user and must be Kira himself. This was very clever from Misa. Of course, Light wasn't accounting for this unknown rule, and it took the supernatural power of the Shinigami Eye, but just like that, he was discovered. Chapter 29. Weapon. It is the 25th of May 2004. Both Light and L are inside each other's heads, thinking the exact same thing as each other, at the mercy of Misa Amane. A message from the second Kira is sent in informing the task force that they had found the original Kira. Without even knowing who the second Kira is, Light is already annoyed by them. In this chapter specifically, Misa starts becoming a real liability for Light. Sending in an announcement to the police that she had found Kira leads L to believe that she had only located him and not actually made contact. This is a correct assumption, as he states Kiddo would never let this information be known to the police. This information also makes it very clear to Elle that because of this message being posted on the 23rd of May, Kira was more than likely located in Aoyama on the 22nd of May, which just so happens to be the same time Matsuda and Light were there. Light never shows it, but he had to have been freaking out in these moments. His hands had been metaphorically tied. Not only had it been basically an almost 100% confirmed to Elle at this point, but the connection had already been made to at least one person that Light Yagami is Kira. Even though we'll find that Misa would never want to do anything to hurt Light, by way of circumstance, she had almost lost him this battle by this little stunt alone. So much to the point where Light even has to ask himself internally if this person truly was on the side of Kira. Add this to the fact that in his mind, at any time he could be killed by the second Kira and cannot do anything about it without Elle catching on to him. This, more than ever, is where Elle needed a smarter task force. I could imagine that from this very moment that if he was working with people back from Whammy's house, even some of the kids there would have been better than the task force members, and this case would be over, or at least very close to being solved, as most of them would also suspect Light. But because his dad is the chief, for the task force to ever believe that Light would be Kira, Elle would need to have undeniable evidence to literally just spell it out to them. Really after some research digging through the identity of Light Yagami, Misa becomes very attracted to him in every way. This would be a huge win for Light, as this would make her want to meet with him immediately and make her his girlfriend. Now imagine if Misa did her research and was disgusted by what she saw. As much as she idolizes Kira, if it turned out to be someone like Higuchi or anyone like that, there could be an argument that perhaps she wouldn't comply as effortlessly as Light makes her. So, another win for Light.
Watching King Kong New Empire?
A broadcast is sent out by the police that aims to make the second Kira reveal the identity of the original before making any contact with them.
Love to hear it.
This is their best bet at capturing Kira, as she is the only one in the world who knows his true identity. Light, stuck in his room and metaphorically hands tied, can do nothing but watch. There had been zero cutaways to Light throughout this process other than the back of his head, so his inner monologue was never shown. But this was some of the most stress he had been under since the case started, simply due to the fact that he was powerless and couldn't do anything, and was stuck waiting on the second Kira who he didn't even recognize as being on his side. Misa sees the broadcast, and instead of complying with the police, she gets a feeling that Kira would be worried, and so she walks right up to Light Yagami's front door and introduces herself to his entire family, minus the chief. Light's mother doesn't acknowledge Misa as Light's girlfriend when asked by Sayu based on how she's dressed. The Yagami household is a very traditional family, so Misa will become a funny addition. However, she is crazy, and everything she had done up until this point is evil, masked under the pretense of innocence. When there is a person who has the Shinigami eyes, they are always going to be insane. Whether they are born with them or do the deal, in a lot of ways it is implied that Shinigami eyes are a sign of derangement. This is not as highly emphasized in Misa as it was beyond Birthday, but it is definitely there. One of the biggest strengths in Misa, as stated in the official stat book, which will become useful for all characters very soon, but for Misa, she has 3 maxed out stats. One being in initiative, as shown by becoming the second Kira and seeking out Light, and then a 10 out of 10 in both social skill and charm. This allows her to be seen as a normal innocent girl by most people. The difference between Beyond Birthday and Misa Amane is one was born with the eyes, and one threw away 50% of her remaining life in order to attain them, in just the hope and the chance to help Kira. How she acted before the series is unknown. However, it is noted that her parents were both killed by a murderer 1 year prior to meeting with Light, and in February 2004, Kira had taken that same murderer's life. So now Misa is obsessed with
Dawn's
Kira.
the only one. I haven't won a single heist today.
I've
played them 4 or 5 of them.
Nothing had been the same for her ever again, and she found comfort in Kira, believing his cause to be true justice based on her own individual experience and reality. Light is able to pick up on these characteristics after their first encounter. Light speaks to Misa as Kira. This is the first time he has spoken as Kira to anyone without the immediate intent to kill. There is a conflict of worlds between these two. Light is always shown serious and has only ever been shown truly laughing when he executes on a plan, while Misa is this 4'11" girl who is always bubbly and smiling, despite being just as deadly as Light. Within these bedroom walls are two of the deadliest people in the human world. Light is still in what is kind of like an L mode. Having been dealing with only L directly and getting caught out by him in person multiple times, Light is still on guard while talking to Misa, who by every way imaginable is the complete opposite of L. He is still thinking logically about everything, while Misa just comes out and asks to be his girlfriend. Light comes up with a bunch of logical reasons for why that cannot happen, to which Misa debunks, even offering her own death note to gain his total trust. At first, Light cannot understand why anyone would do this. He is still thinking in regards to logic and in L mode. What Misa is doing goes against all logic that he had been dealing with for the past 6 months of owning a death note. Misa is a real curveball into Light's life, and you then get the most telling moment that defines how Light sees Misa and will use her from now up until the end. Misa is insane. She was influenced heavily through Kira's initial actions, and her actions take after them, but push the boundary even further in publicly killing police officers and innocent people, something that Light would do, but never publicly. The chapter ends with the coldest panel in Death Note. Light, after being beaten down by L,
is this
Misa,
anime or
his
crime?
God complex had returned, and now, after
this
truly
is like
knowing
a breakdown
who Misa
of Death Note.
becomes even more deadly. Chapter 30. Bomb. Light does not want to let Misa live. This will later become ironic as Misa's own lifespan is massive, but Light's initial plan is to use her Shinigami eyes to find L's real name, then later kill him along with the entire investigation team, and in the end also kill Misa to have Kira's identity remain a secret. This is so telling from Light. Misa is someone who had walked to the ends of the earth and died to protect him, and all he can think about is L. More specifically, how to not get caught. At the same time, L had been up for days on end without sleep. It's made clear by his design that he does this regularly, but especially now this man does not sleep in a situation that requires this much thought and planning. L is reviewing all tapes of Aoyama on the 22nd to observe only Light Yagami. He is so convinced of Light being Kira that he ends the investigation of the Kitamura family to the chief's absolute dismay. Unseen footage would lead us to believe that this entire time since the entrance exams, Mogi had been acting as L towards the other family that had been under suspicion. Why wasn't that made into a bonus chapter? That would have been great. Light had sacrificed a lot in order to get close to L. By simply appearing, L had suspected him even more, and the only thing he gains out of doing this is just being on the inside. He still had not made any moves as L is closing in on him quickly. Something has to happen soon with Light. The last time he did anything impressive was winning that game of tennis and acting pure while his house was bugged. At this point, L knows Light far more than Light knows L, and anything that is made up by Light is picked up on by L because he is able to realize how he thinks. After all, they do share similar thoughts. Misa explains to Light about the Shinigami eyes and how they work, and they have this weird moment that's so subtle, but Light actually praises Misa for explaining how her eyes work so well. She blushes and looks up at him, and then Light is drawn with a sweat mark, which he only gets around L these days. Seriously, he contemplates catching feelings towards her, something I never would have even thought would have crossed his mind. This is a man with the most single-minded focus you could possibly ever imagine, and for him to comment on Misa distracting him by developing feelings towards her shows that Light's ability to detach himself from the basic human emotion for the sake of his goal in a lot of ways is actually quite admirable. It doesn't make him a good guy, but when confronted with Misa, he shows no interest in her outside of her ability to further his goal. By the end of the night, Light had threatened to kill her if she didn't comply with exactly what he said. to which Misa actually seems to be fine with. But a certain Shinigami is not, and the unnatural happens right in front of everyone. Rem, the Shinigami, threatens Light back, and if he does anything to kill Misa, they will retaliate and in turn kill him. Yet another Shinigami willing to throw their own life away to protect Misa. I'm not sure what the deal is with certain Shinigami and Misa. This is now the second one to claim to be in love with her and willing to die. This isn't a small plot point either. This is huge and will go on to have an effect later, and it's not great. Gone are the days of Ryuk who just chilled out and watched. Now there's this external factor in Rem, who is a god of death, all of a sudden becomes infatuated with Misa. The story of Death Note in the beginning for the first 22 chapters had been about strategy and 4D chess, the cat and mouse game between Light and L, with Ryuk only being there to spectate. The introduction of multiple death gods was always going to happen, however Shinigami are at their best when they act indifferent, which is why Ryuk remains the GOAT. This is going to be a new problem for Light. Similar to L, he now has to concern himself with a being of godlike power and is taken by complete surprise. You have to remember, Light is familiar with Ryuk and how he as a Shinigami went about things and operated. He wasn't accounting for a suicidal, loved-up death god to come along with a second kid or a second notebook and just be crazy. Again, why Misa is able to make certain Shinigami fall for her is up to interpretation. In Volume 13's How to Read, it does say that she has a 10 out of 10 charm statistic, which you could argue puts her influence on a divine level. It's kind of weird to think about, but Misa has as much charm as Light or L do intelligence, at least narratively. The whole scene, and really all of Death Note, is put into perspective when they're having this really intense moment, and then Light's mother knocks on the door, straight away going from a conversation between gods, planning the creation of the new world, to, "What is it, Mom?" reminding you that these are childish ideals that Light holds, and the way he goes about getting caught is definitely not childlike, but his purpose to further his god complex as far as he possibly can and not admit that he is wrong, to only then see his mother walk in the room and watch his entire demeanor just change, is a subtle reminder of that. Misa is kind of like a fan self-inserted themselves into the story. At one point in the chapter she says, "Oh wow, Light and Kira are friends, that's so exciting." The outside world had been fed the news of L had been getting nowhere in the Kira case and is a useless detective. It would be in character for L to keep all the information on the down low, but the obvious truth is we are getting very close to something big happening. All of the pressure L had been putting on Light, combined with Misa and now Rem, is about to boil to the surface. Chapter 31. Easy. L did not account for the second kidder's unpredictability. He does not know Misa, and so does not assume she had made contact with Light until Light makes it extremely obvious. He had now officially become the primary suspect of the Kira case and is being shadowed by Mogi of the task force, who he had currently not met. Light continues on with his regular life, telling his family to keep Misa a secret from his father, obviously to downplay suspicion, while
like
also still attending college, and is shown to be seeing another woman who is called Kiyomi Takeda.
That'd be interesting.
She is only briefly seen here, however this is a person who is given the title of Light's college girlfriend officially, and for a while this is her only scene in the story. Everything that Light can be seen doing in public is being observed by Mogi, and unlike Ray Pemba, Ryuk never tells him about this. After school, Light is headed back to the Task Force HQ to watch the final message he made Misa reply back with to the Task Force and L. This was supposed to be a message from the second kidder that directly challenged L. However, Light makes Misa say, "I have decided not to contact Kidder. I thank the police for warning me. I will instead help Kidder and pass judgment on criminals that he himself hadn't punished. I will then spread this power to those who deserve it." That final line was obviously added in to throw off the task force into thinking that Kidder intentionally was able to spread his power. Nevertheless, this message would be child's play for L, and within seconds he catches on so easily that he seems somewhat disappointed in Light for not making this challenging enough for him. This chapter really shows off and hammers home the cumulative mini-victories L had gotten over Light, as L is now acting smug towards him between his facial expressions and casually eating donuts between these insane levels of deduction. He has dominated him for months on end. The only thing Light can even do while in the presence of L is just go along with the act. This was not a good message to leave from Light. The idea of Kira passing on his powers may seem like a good idea at face value and may have confused the task force members, but it would leave a massive hole in explaining why he had never done that before. Passing on his powers would have gotten him out of many situations in the past, and so L concludes that most likely the second Kira had made contact with the original, and the original told them exactly what to say, explaining their sudden shift in motive. This is a huge insult towards Light's intelligence, and it's so subtle, but that's what Death Note does. L states this message is so obvious and poorly done that he believes Kira must have been in a position to where he wasn't able to put that much thought into it. He then goes on to say out loud within the proximity of the task force that the fact that this message was sent lessens the likelihood of Light being Kira, which is such a non-statement from L. Any suspicion is still a suspicion, so saying that does nothing other than insult Light for not thinking of a more challenging puzzle. Light picks up on this and tries to clap back in a small way, which leads to another one of these moments where only he and L are smart enough to pick up on. This is one of those moments in Death Note where Light and L are battling right in front of everyone and only they themselves can see it. This amplifies the tension between them, and all things considered, L knows that he is currently in a winning position, and it is with that he is able to mess around with Light in ways that only he would understand. There has never been a greater example of this than right now. The conversation leads to Light putting himself into Kira's shoes and telling L his true thought process. While his father is sickened at the thought that Light could so easily and casually put himself into the mind of Kira, L calmly obliterates Light with a single line, and it is able to mess with him on a level that had never been done before, and is by all means the tipping point in his personal battle with L. He claims Light to be his first ever, only true friend, and would hate for him to be discovered as Kira. While this sentiment is eaten up by the task force, Light knows L is acting to make fun of Light, in the same way Light is acting throughout the entire Kira case not to be Kira. L is acting to be his friend, and goes all the way back to the entrance ceremony when Light was mad and screaming about how L had humiliated him. He came up with the new plan of becoming L's friend. Obviously a fake friendship, L is now throwing this in his face. This is done for the purpose of their contest, to which L has been leading the way ever since they met. At no point does he actually consider Light to be a friend. It is stated in volume 13 How to Read that L has 0 friends and never considered Light to be a friend. He does recognize the contest, and that is all it is. He is able to show Light that he understands him on a far deeper level than he could possibly imagine. L is so immensely cold in these scenes. He has won every in-person encounter with Light, and up until this point, Light is rightfully freaking out. Anything he does will be caught onto by L. Even something as subtle as creating a fake message on behalf of the second Kira cannot get past L's insanely godlike defense. Since he is actually Kira, this is a very bad position for him to be in, not even considering the curveball that is Misa and Rem. Light is so mad that when Misa surprised him all innocently and cheerfully, he legitimately wanted to beat her down. This has been the worst day of all time for Light. Nothing can go right, and nothing has gone right for a very long time for him. This is still all being observed by Mogi, who is on the outside continuing to follow instructions. However, with this newfound anger, Light falls deeper into the darkness by doing the most irredeemable act he had ever done. He decides that after this horrible day and all that he's been through, L is just too much for him, and so he attempts to persuade Rem to kill L for the sake of Misa's happiness. This is truly disgusting from Light. Not only had he already gotten a supernatural power into Death Note that already gave him an advantage over L in the first place, This is essentially him giving up the battle and resorting to an even more supernatural power. L had drained him of all possible options that he had to resort to asking a Shinigami to kill on his behalf. This shows how insanely safe L had made himself against Light, and regardless of what happens from here, in a pure battle of deduction and ego, L wins. Trapping Light into a corner and forcing him to resort to this, something that L would have zero knowledge of, and could even be considered cheating by some. Because Rem says yes, L will die. It still won't be that straightforward, but if a Shinigami has intent to kill a human, more than likely at some point that human will die. Light was so desperate and is legitimately shocked when he sees how easy that was. His sentiment is completely changed. For the last few months he had been getting dominated by L's quick tactics and weird personality. Now there is a real opportunity to think and execute on a plan.
You gotta let it be known, you the boss around these parts. Let it be known.
Chapter 32. Gamble. Left alone to think, you have to give Light some credit. He is a genius. When all the rules are laid out, Light is able to come up with a plan that is so complex and creative that it will clear both he and Misa of any suspicion. At the moment though, Rem is just standing around asking when to kill, and so Light initially plans on ending the life of El Ryuzaki the next day, tomorrow. Now, imagine for a second that Light had Rem kill El immediately after she had agreed to this offer.
Kid? That's hilarious.
El would be dead, and the only person who genuinely suspects Light is out of the picture. The only reason Light didn't do this straight away is because there is still doubt in his mind about there being multiple L's. This is something that is definitely more prolific in the manga, but he had seen someone talking over a synthetic voice with the classic L logo and assumed that to be another L, along with L kind of leading him in that direction to believe that, and not yet knowing about the existence of Watari. Because of this, Light decides to not kill L tonight. Instead, he waits, and waiting for even one more day gives L time to think. There are still a lot of things about the task force that Light isn't made aware of. L only got close to him because he knew that Kira always needed a name and a face. Now that has changed, he becomes a lot more closed off to the idea of even being around Light, as he is looking over DNA samples from the second Kira. Based on this analysis, he informs Soichiro Yagami that if he is to die within the next few days, to go ahead and assume that Light is Kira. The chief, finally, 32 chapters in, is picking up on maybe L is lying to him about how much he suspects his son. His rage boils to the surface. This is the chief of police, and Soichiro Yagami is forced into taking a backseat throughout most of the investigation because he is emotionally traumatized over the suggestion that his son is Kira. In total, his stats are fairly average across the board. However, he has a 10 out of 10 in integrity, which goes against Light, who at this point is willing to do anything to win. This makes the situation exceptionally difficult for him to deal with, as he had groomed his son into becoming this ideal young man, but he is also a killer. L is contemplating and is basically assured of cutting Light off from the task force entirely. With DNA samples of the second Kira in his hands, the only thing that is in question is his very own life. This brings up the idea, if Light did have Rem kill L immediately and hadn't waited a whole day for him to announce to the task force that if he were to suddenly die, then Light Yagami is definitely Kira, nothing bad would have happened, at least not immediately. Yes, some of the task force members may continue suspecting Light, however, he is able to brush them off effortlessly and wouldn't turn into a problem for a very long time. Eventually this would lead into Watari going back to Wami's house to find a new L, but the point remains, if L died right now, nothing would change in the grand scheme of the story. It's not necessarily a bad thing. If anything, it gives us more time with the greatest character in the verse, and because he is the best character, he remains absolutely fearless in the face of death.
Tokes chat?
Light had been hanging around with 4 different women to avoid being seen with only Misa. Only one other of these women is shown, and that is Kiyomi Takeda, who can be summed up in 2 words as female light. This is going to be important for not only Endgame Death Note, but Mogi had still been following Light and informing L of everything he saw. This includes every girl he had been with, including Misa. As Light was walking around his college campus, he is planning on ending the life of L today. Not sure what the difference between last night and today were for Light, perhaps he just needed some extra time to process the information. Regardless, L appears back on school campus for a direct confrontation. Light had been L's entire world for the last few months. By honing in on him specifically, he was able to get a good look at how he operated, and ultimately by analyzing his every move, he was sitting comfortably inside his head, able to predict and counter everything that he would ever justifiably do. This is what led to him realizing Light was Kira beyond a reasonable doubt, and why he had no choice but to confront him here today. To further prolong his life, L informs Light of the situation and that if he is to die in the next few days, the task force along with the quote-unquote other L's will assume that he is Kira. L is playing with fire here. To be fair, he always had been, but there are no other L's. Light is fairly confident in this being a bluff, but cannot say with 100% confidence as he did overhear Watari speaking before behind an L-branded logo, and he was never introduced to him beforehand. In this situation, he begins doubting himself a lot, totally unsure of how he should proceed. Should he just continue like nothing happened and still kill L today? He debates with himself about the probable outcomes, all the while L is looking for evidence on the second Kira. Once again, out of nowhere, Misa appears to surprise Light, this time in front of him and L. L's facial expressions here when Misa randomly shows up is such a dead giveaway into what he is thinking. Every single one of his trademark expressions is shown, from finger in the mouth to the wide open blank stare, and even a smile. In L's mind, the Kira case is all but solved. This puts Light into an interesting 50-50 position where he is legitimately done. There would be no acting his way out of this one, but really, that had been the case the entire time around L. On the positive side for him, Light now personally can find L's name due to Misa and the Shinigami eyes. This would allow him to control his actions up to 23 days before death, and so regardless of what L sees here and all the evidence he gets, Light believes that if he just waits it out and then gets in contact with Misa, he will be able to control L's actions for the next few weeks, essentially making him his puppet and prohibiting him from solving the case. So in the end, this would have been a win for Light, discovering L's true name. At this point, you must assume L knows everything, and so he takes every precaution he can to not be killed. He does some sort of fake out pretending to be a huge Misa Amane stan, allowing him to swiftly snatch her phone so Light wouldn't be able to speak to her when she leaves. And, well, he planned accordingly, because the first thing Light does, with L still in sight, is call Misa. He is so confident that he states L made a mistake by coming here today, unknown to Light that it was in fact the opposite. Misa had been taken in by Mogi as a primary suspect of being the second Kira. Chapter 33. Removal. Light was planning to control L's movements and thinking for the last 22 days of his life, so he would be unable to solve the case as he normally would. As he calls Misa's phone, he declares victory to himself, only for L to pull that same phone out of his pocket and answer himself. This is such a great moment. L has only genuinely smiled twice throughout the story, and this is one of those times. Anytime he does smile, mark it down as a point in the narrative where he had taken an enormous step forward against Light and in the Kira case. L is so good that he may as well be one of the audience members reading along right now. Light has not clapped back once since the second Kira showed up in any effective way. L has not only put the pressure on him, but when he sees that it is actually Light who is calling, it is once again confirming his belief that his original hunch was correct. So much to the point where he now has evidence that can hold up with the other task force members. Light is pissed. The antics that Elle had demonstrated today had put Light in the most vulnerable position since picking up the Death Note. Within seconds, Misa is apprehended on suspicion of being the second kidder, as those DNA samples found on the envelopes that were looked at earlier match up to Misa's very own. Also, apparently her manager was apprehended too for drug possessions, which is a completely random and different case. I found it to be a strange addition for Elle to mention this. Truly, Misa is a tragic character. There is no more room left for suspicion to grow. Despite these recent advancements in the case, Light is kidder. Elle had been aware of this, but now there's something tangible to be used as proof. Misa was caught so quickly. Her knowledge stat is a 3, the absolute lowest out of anyone close to the kidder case, and in turn, this had a huge effect and restricted a lot of what Light was capable of doing. Misa Amane moved to Tokyo in April of 2004 and soon became very close with Light Yagami. Her parents were killed by burglars, and it was Kidder who killed those burglars. Light also possessed a single cell phone just to call her with, which Elle finds it doubtful that a guy like Light, who is as prideful as he is, would ever do something like that purely in the name of love. There had to be another reason. Due to the undeniable evidence that Misa is the second kidder, they take her in for investigation, and she is shown in an isolation room, blindfolded, stood and tied up. It is with this that Elle had officially closed off the Task Force HQ to Light up until this point, as there is overwhelming evidence against him, and his father is made to be prepared for the reality of what is about to happen.
It's 21 Celsius today.
The only thing working in Light's favor at this point is that
11
Kidder
and
would
cloudy
want to
and
kill
rainy.
Misa to
It's
prevent
not
her
really
from
that great of a
talking.
day.
Light
Again.
does actually think about doing this. However, Misa remains alive. Though by killing Misa, with how little people had been made aware of her arrest, it would only deepen the hole that he has dug himself. Also, not
21
wanting
degrees?
to deal with
Fuck, I
Rem.
wish, bro.
Light was stuck. He was just about to lose the battle against Elle, realizing that even the lowest level knowledge individuals would lead to the conclusion of him being Kidder. He had taken apart his desk and removed all evidence of the death note in case of a search warrant inside his house. The only thing he is given is 72 hours.
They had to turn the AC on, that's crazy.
3 days pass. Nothing has happened except for Light rationalizing the events of the past few days. Rem is feeling remorse and regret for giving Misa a death note in the first place, and so, as part of what Light would want her to do, she relinquishes ownership of the death note and loses all memories of it, including the name of Elle, knowledge of Light being Kidder, and even her eyes turn back to base. This would throw off the task force a lot. When Misa says she doesn't know anything, it is said with conviction because it is the truth. Light had been getting intellectually bullied by Elle for far too long, and it is time for change. Rem appears in front of Light and tells him the situation. Misa had given up her death note and must be saved. Otherwise, because this is Light's entire situation, Light will be killed by Rem.
I had to turn
Rem
the AC on, that's
despises
wild.
Light. This is a Shinigami with clear opinions of the human world, and to them, Light represents everything wrong with humanity, while Misa represents the purity and innocence of the human world. For the past 3 days, Light had done nothing but think about how to get himself out of this absolute trench that he had been stuck in ever since meeting Elle. Utilizing every advantage possible, he comes up with a plan that will force him to part ways with Ryuk, ending the second Kidder portion of the story. So, 33 chapters in, and Death Note has not missed. The introduction of the second Kidder deviated the story from a battle between Light and Elle with zero interference to a story with a lot of outside noise coming in all different directions. And as the narrative moves forward, it unfortunately never goes back to the raw deductive one-on-one style battle that it started out as until much later. The Death Note is becoming more and more integrated into the human world, and as such, more humans are going to find themselves within ownership of it, and generally more aware of it. Despite being stated as having more knowledge than L by stats, Light sits at a 10 out of 10 for almost everything, except for knowledge, which is rated a 9. L sits at a 10 out of 10 for almost everything as well, except for social skill, which is rated 1 out of 10, and his knowledge is set to an 8, which originally I always found to be rather low, but going by the events that took place from chapter 23 to 33, L had been in control of everything, governing the entire task force almost perfectly, and basically knowing Light was Kidder simply by looking at him. These stats are official, so Light does have a higher knowledge than L, and we will talk about the reasons why fairly soon. Misa may have slowed him down immensely, but what Light is able to do is change the playing field to where it is no longer a battle between he and L, it is now a battle to clear his innocence completely. Chapter 34. Imprisonment. The only way to get out of this is to literally not be Kidder. Light now has 2 death notes, his original and the other one from Misa. Before relinquishing ownership of the Rem Misa death note, he has both Ryuk and Rem swap death notes, so now when Rem is getting rid of her death note, it was Light's original. He makes very specific orders to have it drop into the hands of an older person who will use it to gain status and financial power, and ideally have it stay within Japan. This person will become the new Kidder, while also using the death note to enhance their bottom line. This is to ensure the death note continues to be used while Light has 0 access to it, and throws a huge wrench into L's search. Relinquishing ownership makes Rem disappear right in front of him and fly off to find whoever the new host will be. With the remaining death note, Light buries the now Ryuk notebook in a random location. It is being held under some dirt temporarily so no one could ever find or touch it. He will remain the owner of this death note until he decides to use the code words, "Get rid of it." Whenever that phrase is stated, no matter what the context, Light will lose all memories and his lived experience with the death note will be gone. This will make him become as innocent as he was in the beginning of chapter 1, now excluding the boredom. Light's plan is to use the method of not being Kidder to avoid suspicion of being Kidder. It's an incredible scheme that comes with a lot of risk. If everything goes exactly perfectly, Light is cleared of being Kidder. If it fails, Light will likely die by execution and the death note will become known to the world. The amount of forward thinking he had done for this is incomparable. His overarching goal to not only get out of suspicion but also retain the death note would be achieved through the confidence and ego he had in his ability to work alongside L to catch whoever Rem decided the new Kidder would be, as it is guaranteed in his mind that they wouldn't be as intelligent as himself and would eventually slip up, ultimately returning ownership of the death note and all past memories back to its true owner, Light Yagami. The downside to this plan is that it will reveal the death note as a power source and a material object to L and the MPA. This will also work in favor of Light as he had Ryuk write in some fake rules, but simply the knowledge of how Kidder is able to kill blows any investigation into a death note related case wide open. This was a small downside Light was willing to accept considering the pressure he was under from L, while at the same time turning it into a defining strength. Back at the task force, it paints a picture of Soichiro still not able to function properly, but mainly a factory reset Misa Amane defaults to thinking she had been captured by a stalker and not arrested by the police. Her way of thinking returns and becomes completely innocent. This is seen as strange by L. He acknowledges something has drastically changed, however there is nothing he is able to grab onto to make a connection. With the power of 2 death notes, it has doubled the difficulty. Misa is able to speak with purity and, to her knowledge, not lie. And when someone isn't lying to L, he has a way of picking up on it. A lot more of the other task force members' personalities begin to come out here as well. Matsuda really gets into not believing Misa's sudden change of character at all. The only one who does believe it is L. the narrative makes it extremely obvious that whenever Matsuda comes to a conclusion, it's usually going to always be the opposite of what his deduction is. It is at this time that L receives a phone call from Light himself, and asks if he can come into Task Force HQ to make a statement regarding the Kira case. During this phone call, Light made a semi-confession, which intrigued L. Under normal circumstances, he would not be allowed back into the task force headquarters, as the evidence against him is in plain sight, and just out of pure safety, there's no way they're gonna let Light back in. However, the only way L would make an exception is due to the half-confession and overall sentiment change from Light. This would be something worth his attention. Light's father, Soichiro Yagami, the entire time had been sitting on a single chair with his head in his hands in disbelief that something like this could even be happening, and it gets worse when Light enters into the room and declares he might be Kira. It's a real shame about Light's father. By all knowledge, he is a very good man, and emphasized by his position in the MPA. This case, though, had broken him. It just wasn't for him. Any other investigation, and Soichiro Yagami would be leading the way. His knowledge stat comes in at a 6 out of 10, which is nothing compared to Light and L, but above average and still at the top of the remaining task force. Yet, he had been completely immobilized by this case. If Light was Kira, as his father, that means it was partially his own fault, and he himself had a role to play in the creation of the world's deadliest mass killer. The idea and suggestion of that begins to take immediate effect on his psyche. During this time, we get the confirmation of what L's thought process is, and what it had been for a very long time, finally admitting that he had major conjecture surrounding Light and was soon going to bring him in for questioning if this situation hadn't arose. To the task force, Light is now the primary suspect, though in his mind, Light is Kira. Most people, when they think of Light, they think of how intelligent he is, but I'd be willing to say that his acting is even higher than his intellect. This is also backed up by the official stats, in which his acting, also known as lying skill, is ranked 10 out of 10. Currently, this is on display for all to see. Light's act commits to saying, since L is the greatest detective in the world, and he believes that I am Kira, I must be Kira, to which L gets internally angry at, and rightfully so. That statement from Light is just a backhanded way of saying, well, I know I'm not Kira, but if the smartest person in the world says I am, I must be without being aware of it myself. This version of Light is a monster who always tells lies. I didn't realize this until reading it, but reading a lying Light in the manga opposed to watching a lying Light's performance in the show gives an entirely different perspective. A performance in motion is a lot easier to believe while watching because it is just that, a performance, and so when Light acts and lies, it's made to be convincing. While reading, the tone you give a character comes down to how you personally interpret that character, and with Light, by this stage in the story, we know how he acts objectively. He is a monster. This makes L justifiably mad, as it goes against how he views Light, a hyper-competitive, narcissistic murderer with a childlike view of justice and the world. L still believes that Light shares the same ideological view as Kira and would commit murder for the sake of creating a new world. He is not impressed by this act at all, and to let him know, he goes on to say that Light had always had a very good understanding of his way of thinking, which is just another backhanded way of saying that he is Kira. While of course the task force with a combined intelligence rating of 5 are eating all of this up from Light, L is instead focused on what Light's perceived outcome of doing all of this would be. If Light Yagami is wanting to be imprisoned to prove criminals will still keep dying once he is locked up, then in theory, since this is what he wants, even after being locked up and surveyed for months, criminals should still keep dying, and if criminals do keep dying, Kira will still exist, and so even with Light in a cage, L Ryuzaki will still have to start looking elsewhere regardless of how much he suspects Light. This is L's current thought process on what Light's plan is, and he even comments on not liking the direction this is going, which is a bit of subtle foreshadowing, However, this is an opportunity that he is not going to lose, and so on the spot decides to detain Light along with Misa until a resolution is found. This is an incredible plan by Light, and his acting continues to be godlike. This really proves that if L is ever taken out, then Light Yagami will truly have free reign over the entire world. He makes L promise that under no circumstances to ever let him out until his suspicion is cleared, no matter how long it may take. To this, L says, of course, but not even I know how long something like that would take, so be prepared. L expects criminals to keep dying, so in his mind, if Light is locked up for over 12 months, that is standard procedure and is how far L is willing to go. Light makes up an excuse for his father to tell his family why he'll be away for a while, once again showing that this is partially a story about the most tragic family in history. He is now behind bars, and so far, everything is going according to plan. Chapter 35. Whiteout. L is very smart, the smartest in the world, but surprisingly, he's not perfect. These are his official stats laid out. Knowledge comes in at an 8, creativity a 10, initiative a 9, emotional strength.
Get that quest the fuck out of here.
"10. Sweet Tooth also a 10, which is one of those pointless but unique stats to him. And finally, his social skill stat is his lowest, coming in at a 1 out of 10. By far his weakest stat, giving him a combined total of 48 out of 60, or if you subtract the unique stat, it is a 38 out of 50. I always saw the rating of a 1 out of 10 in social skill to be a little harsh. It's understandable, but still, it's a little harsh. To the general public, L would be seen as a 1. From solving his first case as a child, L is portrayed to be a shut-in who purposely never reveals himself to anyone, all in the idea to protect himself and the name of L, the world's greatest detective. He is stated by the creator to have 0 friends and live a solitary life behind a computer. This conditions him to be naturally different than most. However, throughout the investigation, he is able to clearly portray his thoughts and interact with everyone in the task force on a higher level, and by no means is cowering away from anyone there, instead reassuring and hyping them up when first meeting with his "justice will prevail" speech. To call his social intelligence a 1, basically claiming that he has none, does get contradicted many times throughout the story, and seems to be a very standard face value take on the character of L, and generally how most people would feel about him at first glance and first interaction, as can be seen initially back at the college entrance ceremony. Light remains confined inside a small jail cell, with El Ryuzaki watching over everything he does. His expectation is that criminals continue to die, waiting for Light's plan to play out so he can come to his next deduction. But they never do. Days go by and criminals stop dying. This goes against the expectation of El and makes him even more curious as to what Light really wanted to happen here. It's not like him to just play ignorance. It's not like Kira.
Let's go. Finally won one.
It is at this point that Soichiro Yagami has had enough. Light's father resigns from the task force and asks to be put into confinement along with his son. The Yagami family is being torn apart by these actions, and L even outright predicts that if the chief really found out that his son was Kira, he would end up murdering him, then pull the trigger back on himself, which is implied to be true. Days upon days go by, with Misa being chained up, Light not being able to move, and Soichiro slowly coming to terms that his son is probably Kira, along with all the inner thoughts dissecting his own actions that come along with that. This is legitimate torture that L is putting these people through, and he remains unempathetic towards all of them. Even though the killings have stopped, this makes L more confused opposed to if they continue to happen again. As to him, he thinks, what happened to the battle with Light, the battle between minds? It had all of a sudden seemed as if they threw in the towel and the battle just stopped. 1 week of confinement goes by, and Light says the phrase, "get rid of it," to relinquish ownership of the Death Note. And the look on his face when all memories of the Death Note are wiped is one of complete innocence and purity. Light becomes good and retains his virtues that he had before the story in Chapter 1. This instant character change is represented by a zoom up into his eyes. As Kira, they are black, unable to read the true intent of the man. When he relinquishes ownership, his eyes become clear, as if to be able to look directly into the soul of the man and see his true beliefs. L watches this transition happen in real time, and is implied that he is able to notice that something has happened. So the idea of relinquishing ownership is great. Light's plan is essentially flawless. The person who picks up and uses the Death Note will be followed by misfortune forever. Both Light and Misa return to their innocent selves, and if they never touch the Death Note again, their life in a different way would still be followed by some form of misfortune.
Okay, so a game is not.
The mind-wiped good Light always tells the truth, and is the biggest disparity between his evil self. With the loss of his memory, his plan is well underway. Ryuk now disappears for a good few chapters. The only Shinigami that hangs around in the human world now is Rem, Even by relinquishing ownership of the Death Note, Light Yagami, along with everyone else, had been confined for 14 days with no one dying. In the eyes of the task force at the moment, he is looking guilty of being Kira. Good Light begs to be released as they are wasting time investigating him since he all of a sudden doesn't have any memories of being Kira. This version of Light is so pure that L believes him when he says that he is not Kira. He notices a vast change in Light's tone and overall behavior, and for the first time since knowing him, he is speaking without lying. One more day goes by, making this the 15th day, and just as Evil Light had planned, the killings begin again, with 2 weeks worth of criminals dying at once, leading Matsuda to believe that Kira was only resting. Both Aizawa and Matsuda take this at face value and automatically assume that Light is innocent. Whereas L was expecting this from the beginning, he maintains the pressure on Light, not telling him anything about the outside world, and pushes for a response. This works against L, as all of Light and Misa's responses feel natural to him, and this genuinely has L confused. In similarity to Kira, L is stubborn and his way of thinking is correct, or at least it was correct, and he has a hard time of letting go of that. He continues their confinement regardless of the outside murders. Chapter 36. Father and Son. This chapter starts off with the first appearance of Higuchi inside his house, who will officially become the new Kira. He is being shown how to use the Death Note as told by Rem. As long as he sticks to the guidelines of killing every criminal as seen on the news, only then will he be allowed to use the Death Note however he likes. This was the strategy implemented by Light that he had forced upon Rem in order to save Misa, and despite how much Rem hates Light, they consider this to be a plan worthy enough to follow. Higuchi is only shown in silhouette form, but by all account is ecstatic to be given this opportunity. It begs the question, what if he just didn't listen to killing criminals and did whatever he wanted? Would Rem have just killed him and move on to someone else who would follow those orders? Most likely yes. Higuchi is a wealthy man who works for the head of a top company in Japan known as Yotsuba Corporation. As to not completely expose himself and find the identity of Kira, a group is formed inside Yotsuba that consists of 8 individual executive members who are similar to Higuchi himself, and they all have meetings to discuss which worldwide CEO death would benefit their company the most. So they use the Death Note to take out their biggest financial competitors, increasing the value of their stock price exponentially, in turn making them all rich. This is a use case the Death Note has never seen before, but is a much more realistic scenario for what most people's initial motive would be with the Death Note. All 8 members of the Yotsuba group are fairly inconsequential, however it is worth noting that on average they have mostly equal stats to anyone in the MPA. Higuchi has some of the most balanced stats in the group with a combined average of 26 out of 50. Most of his stats range between 4 to 6 out of 10, and this works with his character as he is designed to represent the average CEO businessman. However, throughout the group there are 3 members who have a 7 out of 10 knowledge rating, putting them only a little bit behind L himself, which is crazy to think about and why L is somewhat underrepresented by his stats, as it would make sense if knowledge was the same as intelligence for him to be rated a 9 to be at least on par with Light. The man with the highest stats in the Yotsuba group is a man named Reiji Namikawa. Having a combined total of 35 out of 50, he is described as the most talented person on the board of Yotsuba and has the potential to make it to the top without the help of the Death Note, and it is for that reason that he is seen as most likely not the man acting as Kira. The stats in Death Note should only be taken somewhat seriously. These are the official ratings for each character, but they'll always throw in a random category such as Sweet Tooth or Luck, something that could have zero impact on anything, but is different for each individual person and is added to favor a certain character's best or most unique moment or feature. Removing this will give them a combined stat total of 50 instead of 60. All human-related Death Note stats are based under the 5 main attributes: knowledge, creativity, initiative, emotional strength, and social skill. As an example, these are the 8 executives of the Yotsubi group ranked by their overall stats. Each character is given 5 categories ranked out of 10, so their ranking will be out of 50. At number 1, of course, is Reiji Namikawa, as stated before with a combined stat total of 35 out of 50. Next is the vice president and quote-unquote most influential, Takashi Oi, who comes in at a 31 out of 50. Then, with a striking resemblance to Light Yagami, is Shingo Midu, who also comes in at 31 out of 50. The scientist of the group, known as Masahiko Kida, is at a rating of 28 out of 50. Higuchi is placed nicely in the middle with a stat total of 26 out of 50. Suguru Shimura, the head of personnel, whose main trait is cautiousness, comes after him at a 25 out of 50. Ichi Takahashi comes in second last with a score of 24 out of 50. And finally, the illegitimate son of the company president, who has no right actually being there, Arayoshi Hattori, is the lowest member of the Yotsubi group, rounding out to a below average 21 out of 50. This is the hierarchy set in the Yotsubi group that will have some effect on how relations turn. Now, most of them score under 30, which, when in possession and using a Death Note, is not good at all, especially since their main user is only a 26 out of 50. Likewise, we can do the same for the task force and some of the other characters throughout the story thus far to compare how the Yotsubi groups stack up. This time going from the bottom up, the lowest is actually Sachiko Yagami, Light's mother, who comes in at a 19 out of 50. She rarely ever comes up in the story and is the lowest rated character in all of Death Note that has these official stats available, which is actually not that far behind one of the Yotsubi members. Up next is Sayu Yagami, who is at 22 out of 50. Hitoshi Demigawa, the Sakura TV director and soon-to-be future spokesperson of Kira, kind of random, but his stats are included to be 25 out of 50. Now moving on to the task force, the lowest ranked task force member is Hideki Ide. The man who left in the very beginning because he didn't like L is rated to be 26 out of 50, along with Matsuda and Aizawa, who are also rated to be 26 out of 50. They all fit under the category of average and all have the same stats as Higuchi, so for some context, a man with the same stats as Matsuda is the new Kira. Light had accounted for this and knew that in combination with L, there wouldn't be a world in which they wouldn't be able to solve the new Kira case. Ukita, from earlier on, was the only task force member to have died. It's a shame it was so early because he has some surprisingly high stats, coming in at 29 out of 50. Light's father and the chief of police is set to a modest 31 out of 50. Misa is getting carried by her social skill and initiative here, being both a 10. She comes in higher than almost all of the MPA task force at a 33 out of 50. Kiyomi Takeda, the girl Light was seeing in college and soon to become very important in the story of Death Note, also comes in at a 33 out of 50. Rei Pemba, a name we haven't heard in a while, is 34 out of 50. Mogi comes in at a massive overall stat total of 35 out of 50. Not much has been shown of this man thus far, but since his stats are the highest of anyone of the MPA task force, this could be a reason why L entrusted him to act as L during the Kitamura family investigation. Naomi Misora gets a 37 out of 50, which is respectable enough. However, the world's greatest detective and smartest person ever, L, only gets a 38 out of 50, being let down by his social skill only being a 1. Watari actually ranks higher than L at a 43 out of 50, and the king that sits atop all others, Light Yagami, comes in at a mighty 47 out of 50. That is how every character ranks up against each other that has been introduced thus far. These stats would lead you to believe that L is vastly inferior to Light, as he is 9 points below him. However, this is a measurement of everything, and L is let down heavily by his social inability. He is able to excel at what he does and become the smartest in the world, but he's got a lot of quirks that prohibit social interaction on the level that Light is able to. And what this says is that it's not enough to just be good at one thing. To truly become exceptional, you must be a well-rounded person, just like Light. Light's genius comes out more during the Yotuba arc, and he's able to do everything L can, plus more. It is weird to think about that not only is L 9 points lower than Light, he is also 5 points lower than Watari, someone who was so impressed by L that he started an orphanage to create and find his successor. This can be completely balanced out if you take away the social skill from the stat tree. In that case, if you do that, L comes in at a 37 out of 40, and Light comes in also at a 37 out of 40 as well. The Shinigami also have their own stats and rankings, however it is separated from the humans and is done differently. I'll touch on that more in part 2 when it becomes relevant to the story. From now on, it is very important to differentiate between relinquished Death Note mind-wiped Light and the Light who was Kidder. They are two very different characters, and so from this point onwards, he will be referred to as Good Light. For the next 50 days, almost 2 months, L had kept Light in confinement, ignoring all the outside murder that was continuing because he was, rightfully so, stubborn in his belief that Light was Kidder. Now that he technically isn't Kidder, L has a hard time making sense of what is going on, and is not very flexible in his way of clearing Light's name. With the killings ongoing, Aizawa and the remaining task force believe that Light should be let free along with the chief. Soichiro had been told about this situation, but is still adamant that he is not leaving without his son being cleared of all suspicion. This shows an immense amount of faith and guilt by the chief. L doesn't really have a plan here. He ultimately knew something like this was going to happen and expected the murders to continue, but Light's plan was just too good for him to reasonably make a move. L was literally just sitting there for weeks on end watching Light through a camera. The Good Light is so pure while locked up, he had been trying to make a deduction on his own as to why the killing stopped, not knowing that L had purposely lied to him about that. While L is still playing the game, the contest that is the cat and mouse game between he and Light, Light, or Kidder, had essentially tapped out for a while, and so it leaves L playing by himself, still going under the assumption that Light is the same person he had been investigating all this time. He is in a lose-lose situation. On the outside to the task force, this makes L look like a psychopath. The evidence was clear as anything. People were still dying, but L didn't care about that. Aizawa must convince L that he cannot keep focusing in on Light and needs to make another move of his own. The new plan is to get Light's father to pretend to kill him in one final last resort effort. If everyone survives this scenario L has set up, both Light and Misa will be let out of confinement. This part of the story is really well done, with his son screaming his innocence in the back seat. Soichiro pulls out a gun and from one murderer to the next, I'll see you in hell. Shoot to blank. This only strengthens Light's original plan because even if Light died here, the hunt for Kidder would continue, and so in the minds of anyone, even L, he would have to assume that in the end, Light Yagami died an innocent man. Soichiro fires a blank, showing that L had been watching this entire act, and throughout it all, Good Light shows a similar sense of justice to his father. L bet on the fact that the evil Light, also known as Kidder, was willing to kill his own father to escape execution. This theory does actually hold up, as Light comments on killing his family back in chapter 3. However, this was a weak plan from L that he did not want to do. If it were entirely up to him, he would have kept Light in that cell for years. This was a forced move by him. Because Light is now good, killing his father never crossed his mind, and so he and Misa are both released from imprisonment, and that's 50% of Light's plan having worked. L was left caught out. Misa still had evidence against her as being the second Kidder, so she is still a suspect, but L is willing to let her go with police supervision, and regardless of what he says, he's always going to suspect Light, probably until the end of time. However, since there are still people dying, he has no choice but to look elsewhere. The best he can do is be with him now 24/7 and personally watch over him and just keep on investigating. This makes L sad that he was seemingly wrong. But Light's confinement didn't actually end. He is still confined to L, which is really no different than how his life was like before. Every move he makes is being watched under a microscope by L. This will become meaningless and ultimately self-destructive towards L, as the more he looks, the more he will see a pure-hearted and innocent, well-put-together young man, and not the monster he thought he was having this epic mind-warping battle with. It is because of a lot of these factors that L starts to feel a little different. He gets depressed that the Light he was fighting in the name of justice just disappeared. Chapter 37.
What's up, dude?
The 8.
You sniffing my bong?
L chains himself to Light, and in the moments that follow after the insanity of what had just happened, there are some really serious but what feel like light-hearted scenes between Light, Misa, and L. These will become more common as they spend more time together. The dynamic of all these three together is actually really well placed, but this is the most dangerous investigation in the world, and throwing Misa in, along with a completely innocent Light Yagami, just completely changed the whole dynamic.
I'll be back in a
Elle
second.
basically finds out that Misa was the second kidder through straight up asking questions, and Misa's answers unknowingly revealing herself to have officially played a role in the killer case. However, even with the undeniable proof that Misa was the second kidder, there had been zero proof that she had acted on the killings herself, and this is why she is still the primary suspect, but is allowed to walk around outside and continue being Misa. It is also a similar case with Light, just not as evident. So this leads Matsuda to becoming the fake Misa agent, but also playing the role of an undercover cop that keeps watch of her. Still obviously suspicious of Light, when Misa leaves the room, Elle asks him to manipulate her into revealing information about the Kiro case, to which the good Light has a shocking response to Elle and says, even if it is to solve the Kiro case, manipulating someone's emotions and taking advantage of their feelings is the most despicable thing a person can do. End quote. This, once again, genuinely surprises Elle, as this goes against everything he once thought about Light. Everything about him is now different, and Elle can tell that he's not lying, as it is portrayed by the clarity through his eyes. It is worth noting that Elle himself would not have had this same response. If the tables were turned and Elle was asked to do this to solve the Kiro case, he absolutely would have done it without a second thought, showing that in the purest version of themselves, Elle has less morality than Light, and slightly implies that Light only became like Elle when he picked up the Death Note and became evil. Otherwise, they are very different people. With all the wealth that he and Watari attained throughout the years, from the moment Elle had met Light Yagami, he was so convinced of this being the battle of his life that he had been constructing a 23-story building in the middle of Tokyo just for this case. It goes to show how much competition he knew this was going to be, plus once again strengthening the belief that he was aware of Light being Kira from the moment he first saw him. He had this giant building in development from the moment he met Light. Elle plans on solving this case no matter what. It has become his life's meaning. Not for justice, not for all those who wrongly had their lives taken away by Kira, but simply to compete with someone on his level and beat the game. The Yotsuba Corporation is shown for the first time. These 8 individuals portray an entirely different dynamic to the series. The most intriguing thing about the Death Note as a weapon is that it encourages the user to be intelligent, sneaky, manipulative, and show some of the worst traits in human nature. This is especially the case with all 8 members of Yotsuba. The group of businessmen are young, but lead their own respective fields and are all trying to climb the corporate ladder to gain as much wealth and social status as conceivably possible. When you introduce a Death Note to people like this, they merely discuss which CEO death would help the company the most. If they so happen to die, that would just be one big shame. This is how they play it off. At least one of them has concerns about killing other companies' CEOs to grow their own company. However, the majority play it off as all we're doing is having a little discussion about whose death would help the company grow. merely chatting and acting innocent to the most surface level. One of them is Kira, however it is kept a secret among the group, as they are simply business colleagues and do not trust each other unanimously. They also talk about crushing the police, and in turn, L, one of their guys known as Mido, looked around for other famous detectives and assassins to locate L and eliminate him. The detective's name he came across was Geraldo Coyle, which is literally just L. This was gone over back in the Los Angeles BB murder case. In the lore, L took the names of the top 3 detectives by beating them in his own detective wars. The Yotsuba group are unaware of this fact and genuinely think they are about to take down L with the power of Kira and Geraldo Coyle. Whenever these people talk, it is done in the slimiest, most shady business-like way imaginable. Watching over this makes Rem despise more humans than just light, saying that humans as a species are disgusting creatures. Chapter 38. Strike. Introducing the new and permanent Kira Task Force HQ. This is a 23-story building and one of the only times that L's wealth is really on display with purpose and to his advantage. The new headquarters comes with over 15 giant monitors, unrivaled security, and pretty much anything you could ever want or need is in this building, and as such, the task force do not leave. They all live here, all except for Aizawa, who has a young family and decides to commute. With Misa spending time with Light, who is in turn connected to L, and once again you have the big 3 of Death Note now sitting in a room together, left with no choice but to talk about how they're feeling. L and Misa always have funny interactions because of how vastly different they are, but more importantly, L, now unmotivated to work on the Kira case, states he is depressed. This next sequence of events is an extreme insight into L's mindset throughout the majority of the case and shows what he's truly been thinking all along. L is depressed because Light Yagami is no longer his competition, and all that work he had done uncovering Light to be Kira over the span of almost a year seems to be a waste of effort if Kira's power can transfer from person to person, making him a victim rather than a perpetrator. L is able to communicate this while at the same time still testing Light. He openly states as a fact that at one time, Light Yagami and Misa Amane were both Kira, the first time he's done this out loud. However, this can also be seen as a test to see how Light would react to the idea of L giving up on the investigation. If Light was Kira, he would be likely in favor of agreeing with L and ending the hunt for Kira, and not only would he agree with him, but also be happy to see him concede. What we are witnessing is Light's plan continuing to mess with L. It's been 2 months since he conceived it, and it goes to show how powerfully designed this truly was. L just goes around in circles thinking he has to start the entire investigation again, even getting visibly depressed at not so much how unsolvable this case is turning out to be, but by concluding that Kira's power can transfer from person to person, this case goes from an intellectual sparring match to an endless cycle of cat and mouse. While being a good indicator of testing how Light would react, there is no doubt that this is what his actual thought process was. If Light isn't Kira, the game is not as interesting. Instead of getting excited about L wanting to end the Kira case as Kira would have, Light actually gets mad at the suggestion of quitting, and so he punches L even at the suggestion, almost entirely clearing his suspicion that this current version of Light is Kira. In contrast to L, he does not show any sign of being overwhelmed by the task, and I find this to be super interesting. The table of morality has been flipped. L is suggesting they give up, as there is no point to endlessly chasing your tail. Whereas Light then screams out about all those innocent people who lost their lives. This is the duality between these two characters, and how morally righteous Light Yagami truly is without the influence of the Death Note, or a form of ultimate power compared to L. Ryuzaki's justification is that he is disappointed that the case simply cannot end with Light Yagami as Kira and Misa Amane as the second Kira. All evidence points towards that direction, and they were very close, but the case remains unsolved as long as people are still dying. He even goes as far to say that not only was he not satisfied with the end result of Light's confinement, but he wanted Light to be Kidder, completely going against what he said before his confinement in being his only friend. This really is and shines down a clear view on Light and L's relationship. Kind of like a therapy session for L, he really lets everything out here. At no point did he ever consider Light to be a friend or not want him to be Kidder. However, it would do their relationship a disservice to discount any connection that they had. L had never focused on a single person more than Light, just as Light had never focused on anyone as much as L, and will never forget him subconsciously. When there is no evil in the mind of Light, Ryuzaki becomes disinterested. At the drop of a notebook, he had lost so much passion for the Kidder case, and for the next 10 days would sit in this new 23-story building facility, unmotivated, only to be carried by Light in finding the new Kidder. In L's mind, he already solved the case. Why should he do it again for a cheap imitation? Light had flipped the entire Kidder case investigation on its head, and there's not a thing L can do about it. To be fair to him, he did foresee this coming, and even figures out play for play what Light had done to get to this position, but cannot be 100% sure, and it is now his hands that are tied. Ryuzaki works with him, but that's not as fun as actually competing with him. The more he realizes that he has lost his intellectual sparring partner, the more he would become less and less interested in whoever the new Kidder would be. Again, portraying a side to L that goes strictly against what he was telling the NPA task force at the start of the investigation to the masses who don't know any better. L is in this for justice, to stop the evil parade of mass murder. However, to people who are truly tapped in, that idea gets challenged and contradicted many times. L becomes interested in Light when he is Kidder, when he is evil, when he understands how he thinks, when he is similar to himself. That is what excites L. Chapter 39. Separation. The depiction of our main character Light Yagami goes from a sociopathic mass murderer to a hardworking, brilliant and polite young man who is leading the Kidder case investigation even more so than the man next to him. As stated before, Light carries L hard through the Yotsuba portion of the story. Whether that is because L was uninterested, or if Light is outright more capable than him, it is more so implied that L was just not taking the case as seriously as he did before and has no interest in starting again, leaving almost everything up to Light. Within 10 days of just scouring through all publicly published information, Light, along with some help from Matsuda, had found a possible connection to the new Kidder. This time, instead of only criminals dying, it was high-status businessmen, having 3 die in just under a week, and one of these men worked as part of Yotsuba. When taking a look over at each of the stock price of these 3 separate companies, Yotsuba stock had been rising, while the other 2 men's companies' stock had not just fallen, but capitulated. This in itself would by no means be enough evidence to deduce that Kidder has a relation to the Yotsuba group. However, another piece of data found by Light shows that beyond the 3 men who suspiciously died in the past week, there were a total of 13 deaths in only a 3-month time span that were directly beneficial to the Yotsuba group's bottom line. With this much to go on, L's finger touches the bottom of his lip and is compelled to follow up on the lead. This time, the idea being a Kira who kills criminals as a camouflage to hide the true intent of killing for monetary gain. The Yotsuba group really think they are doing some 300 IQ plays. Between the 8 of them, they are constantly thinking of ways to not get caught or found out. But having just spent the last 38 chapters with Light Yagami, it makes the combined effort of all 8 of these men just look pathetic in comparison. Still figuring out how to use the Death Note, these guys don't have a clue or even consider that they had been careless in who they chose to kill. Going on to state that if a person were to suspect Yotsuba right now as having a connection to Kidder with only 3 deaths, then their deductive ability would be on the level of a god. Really got to give credit to Light. His ability to play both sides, whether he is Kidder or actively hunting down Kidder, He continues to be legitimately good at everything he does, and is looking like the true successor to L that Watari had always been trying to find.
Appreciate you showing you the man.
Through further investigation, L comes out with the most convincing deduction so far in that Yotsuba couldn't have hired Kira. That would mean they would have found him before me. That's impossible. This leads him to believe that Kira is intimately involved as part of Yotsuba, and that since Watari is well respected in that area of the business world, he can find a connection for them. Meanwhile, this is the first time Light is hearing about Watari, who, for this story, has remained even more anonymous than L usually does, as Light had at one point even assumed him to be a second L. The Yotsuba group wish that they were Light. So far they have paid off government officials and politicians to drive a wedge between the NPA and L. This is to shut down the official investigation that was originally led by L, meaning the NPA can no longer officially work with him if they plan on remaining as part of the police force, and will only be allowed to work with NPA official detectives. So basically, the whole government was paid off by Yotsuba in an attempt to sever any leads they had on finding them. This is an example of Yotsuba thinking they are doing something really clever, a high IQ move by preventing the police force to work with L, as they believe L is their only threat. If they made it illegal to work with him, then surely that would slow him down. This does force the chief to quit, along with everyone else who had been working on the Kira case, except for Aizawa, who can't afford to leave the police as he has a young family to take care of. The mistake of Yotsuba was believing that L needed the help of the task force. This is a man who on his own had funded a 23-story skyscraper in the middle of Tokyo that members of his team can live and work from however they see fit. All things considered, the Kira investigation team doesn't seem like the worst place to be. Misa even has her own flaw, and so that makes staying and working with L an easy choice for most of the task force. However, he himself remains indifferent whether they stay or leave. In fact, he actually encourages them to all leave and keep their regular jobs. He doesn't need their help anymore, and especially now, he and Light unironically beat everyone in this verse. There had been no sentiment shown towards the people that he had directly been working with for almost a year. This makes for a very uncomfortable decision by Aizawa to leave the task force and return to his normal life. Chapter 40. Friends. L has no friends in canon. He had always been smarter than everyone and didn't find a use for people outside of his own personal investigations that he would undertake, and this is part of the reason why most of the NPA began to distrust him, and even the one who remained, Ide, decided he didn't like how L went about things and left on his own accord. This has now led to a conflicted Aizawa. When asked to choose between his job or his role on the Kira case, he becomes indecisive. While all other members of the task force quit their jobs at the police without hesitation, Aizawa stuttered, and so as he does, L would devise a small test of his own. The scene in which he persuades Aizawa to leave the task force and return to the police was a test of conviction he had in the operation. Aizawa failed the test, and this leads to him eventually leaving the task force and yelling and screaming on the way out, officially denouncing L just like Ide had. Yet L states that he actually likes people like Aizawa, which is probably a true statement. A couple of days go by and more evidence is found out about Yotsuba by the chief, allowing L to theorize that this Kira seems a lot more inexperienced at work than when Light was Kira, along with Mogi compiling the name of every Yotsuba employee from around the world, in which there are over 300,000, showing that Soichiro and Mogi had been doing everything to pull their weight around the task force, while Matsuda is just there feeling a bit useless. Because there are over 300,000 files to go through, they contemplate getting more people on the investigation. L brings in Aiba, a professional conman with a stat total of 37 out of 50, and a woman who goes by the name of Wedi, a professional thief who has a stat total of 33 out of 50. L is now willing to work with criminals, something that Soichiro Yagami isn't too pleased with, but since they're not connected to the police anymore, L had no problem unveiling that these are tactics he was avoiding using because of that fact. But now it's just not a problem. He also has connections to plenty of other underground criminals that he can contact at any moment, and this puts L himself into a morally grey area. They shrug this off, but this is a massive difference between L and the police, and more specifically L and the Yagami family. It is more evidence pointing in the direction of L not being some epitome of justice and just being morally neutral towards
I mean, I looked at it
everything.
too, and it didn't even hurt
Bringing in
my
these
eyes.
underground criminals leads
I
to
got
a big
fucking
plan by
magnifying
L
glasses
to
on
investigate
mine.
Yotsuba and catch them in the act. However, while this was going on, Matsuda had been out acting as Misa's manager when something incredible happens. Chapter 41.
Wait,
Matsuda.
you did what? You looked at the eclipse.
Misa is on set filming a scene with the real Hideki
Homie said his eyes, I'm blind now, so I'm assuming he
flashing
looked at
back
the
to
eclipse
brief
and said,
scenes
"Ah,
showing
my
how
eyes, they
surprisingly goated Mogi had been, along with the former chief. Matsuda is feeling like he needs to do something significant, and so conveniently
damage your
happens to
eyes?
be in a
I mean,
location
I
where
feel
he can
perfectly
directly
fine.
see into Yotsuba's main offices. Out of all the areas in Tokyo, Matsuda just stumbles across it. Back at HQ, there's this super introspective moment with Light as he goes back throughout the Kira case to moments covered earlier, the 12 FBI agents, the bus jacking, Ray Pember's fiancé, and ultimately comes to the same conclusion as L, that he must have been Kira. As he has no memories of these moments, he remembers living through them, but his actions and mentality as Kira had been completely wiped, and so these memories remain vague in his mind, and if L were to ever ask about these situations again, Light wouldn't have the full clarity to answer them, so he decides to avoid this topic. This leads him to further ask himself internally what
Not
he
pitch
thinks
black,
he
but
would
it's
currently
dark.
do
It was
if
like
given the power
nighttime
of
for me.
Kira, an ultimate power
It
to
was
end human life.
nighttime.
Light still believes the world would be better off without some people, as do most others, but he pushes these thoughts to the back of his mind and
Now it's
continues
sunny
on
as
his
fuck.
single-minded
If you just go back
goal
on the
of
stream, you
capturing
can see.
Kira. The more he thinks about it, the more he also suspects himself, which is why, of course, someone like L is never gonna let this go. L sees Light hacking into the Yotsuba database and throws out comments such as, "Wow, great hacking skills, I bet you could use that to hack into the police." Really just throwing it in Light's face that he is still the primary suspect and that catching the current Kira will lead them closer to a solution, but is not the solution itself, which is a big distinction. L is treating this like a filler arc in the case because he's waiting to see how Light's ultimate plan plays out. An urgent message comes up on the screen. This was Yotsuba's biggest mistake. These guys have no idea the links L went to remain safe and undiscoverable. The Yotsuba group was so naive that they really thought they could contact the second greatest detective in the world
Yeah,
to
you went
take
back
down
and
the
watched
greatest
that, eh?
detective in the world. Yotsuba contacts
Someone
Araldo Coyle
Topaz.
to uncover L's identity. Obviously, this being L's alt account,
One
this alerts him
Topaz,
directly,
NG.
hereby allowing Watari to backward search
Red
the request,
Topaz,
only to
Topaz.
find out it came from one of the Yotsuba main
Topaz,
executives,
Topaz,
Masahiko Kida, the man with a 28 out of 50. They were willing to spend $100,000 up front and $1.4 million on completion of the identification of L. This was careless from Yotsuba. Although you could see where they were coming from, this gave L pretty much every piece of evidence he needed in only a few days. The task force begin freaking when they hear about this new threat, Araldo Coyle. This is the second best detective in the world who also specializes in finding people. Then L just casually lets everybody know, "Yeah, that's also me. This usually works as a misstep for people trying to uncover my identity." Watari acts as the intermediary.
Here's one back? Yeah, it was pretty dark, bro.
Ryuzaki sets up a plan to get close to new suspect Masahiko Kida. New recruit Aiba will be playing the role as Araldo Coyle. L informs them that because Kida's power can transfer from person to person, he will not allow Yotsuba to catch on to being a suspect. This is imperative, as if they do catch on to being a suspect, Kida's power could easily transfer to someone else. So it is very important that no one act out on their own and do something reckless. This is L's thought process as he's about to execute the plan against Yotsuba. Before hearing the intended plan,
Folder
Matsuda
2,
had
tree, I
successfully
didn't notice
infiltrated the
that.
Yotsuba group's main meeting place
ain't
and was
gonna
looking them
lie.
directly eye to eye.
I was fucking over.
Chapter 42. Heaven.
Bro, this guy breaks down this anime just like
At
it feels
this
like
point,
I'm
it
watching
becomes
it.
clear to everyone that
Feels
one
like
of
I'm
these 8
watching it
individual
without getting any
men is
copyright
Kida.
strike. It's insane.
Matsuda overhears the meeting to determine
Did
Kida's next
pet
victim,
drop?
and so when the
No,
door
I'm
opens
doing
on
some
him,
quests.
he rightfully assumes
doing
that
some
he is
quests so
going
I
to
can get
die
God Wars
and is
dungeon
freaking out.
unlocked
This was a
with
really
the
dangerous
and have a
situation for
brazier
him.
lit.
However, Yotsuba are nowhere near as thorough as
You know?
L, and so he's able to figure out a way to stall them as Misa Amane's manager, and asks if they would like to have Misa be the representative of their company in their next ad campaign. To his surprise, this actually works.
My thing.
Matsuda is always played off as the stupid one of the task force, but he's really not that bad. For being the gag
I've
of the
been outside
investigation, his
homeboy. I
stats
was
are
outside
still
too.
above
Come on
average
now.
at
Just
26
because
out of 50, which
I'm
is
pasty
pretty
white,
much
the
equal to the
sour,
current
the
Kira,
color of
and
sour
is
cream.
at least
Doesn't
1
mean I
point
don't
above
go
straight
outside,
average.
dog.
Matsuda
I was
does
just
really
outside
well
too.
here.
I had my
A
dog
combination
out
of quick thinking, a phone call from L, and he's able to get
This
all 8 of
fucking
these
guy.
men to at least wait for Misa Amane to show up. By the time
I've
she
been
arrives, she had already been
outside,
given
this
instruction on
fucking
what to do
guy.
to save Matsuda in his current position by L. Misa must host this fake interview for the ad campaign at her place in the new 23-story building of the
This
task force.
fucking guy.
This way, L can monitor the situation exactly and be on the scene in real time. Yotsuba was planning and intending to kill Matsuda, but they really do feel like a filler organization compared to the insane mind games between Light and L. To avoid being killed by the group, Matsuda fakes his own death by falling off the balcony as instructed by L, only to then be caught by the Chief and Mogi on the floor below. And in one of
This
the greatest
fun
costume
guy.
changes in the series, both L
This
and
fun
Light dress up
guy.
as paramedics to take away the fake body. This little gimmick completely fools all 8 of the Yotsuba executives. They assumed this was the work of Kida and just leave without hesitation, once again proving why L is treating them like a filler segment of the story. Everything works with these guys on the first attempt. Yotsuba are all easily persuaded by the charm of
This
Misa and her
fun
friends, which in
guy.
itself shows a form of weakness in their character as well. Overall, there's just not much to like about them, other than showing that this is what the average salaryman would do with the power of the Death Note. Chapter 43. Black. Because Matsuda is still alive, this leads L to believe that Yotsuba only has the power of the original Kira, needing both a name and face. The next few scenes are entirely focused on Yotsuba, how they react to problems, and their overall composure during a stressful situation. I'm not sure if this has been made clear enough, and it definitely is in the manga. It is being made very apparent that L is just so bored with these guys. In contrast to how he was with Light, in this situation, he is able to handle everything from afar and just let other people be on the ground for him, just like he was able to do in the LABB murder case with Naomi Misora. This time, Aiba is the man on the ground, acting as Araldo Coil. This scene specifically gets heavily rushed in the anime adaptation and cuts out a lot of interesting moments. The manga outlines and shows how caught out
Makes me wanna
Yotsuba
read the
had
manga
been by
again.
contacting Coil and their reactions. Aiba phones up Masahiko Kida, the man who first made an attempt to contact Araldo Coil, and is so insanely freaked out by this interaction that he says nothing for the duration of the phone call. Aiba, or Araldo Coil, states that he would require a $2 million payment up front and then another $8 million on the completion of finding L's identity.
Use
And
anime.
regardless if they decide to accept this offer or not, it will cost them
what?
$2 million bare minimum to buy his silence on Yotsuba being involved with Kida, as it would be simple for anyone to assume that would be why they wanted L's identity. Aiba's phone call is not in the anime adaptation, which it's a shame because he is really good. The man's stats alone are higher than anyone in Yotsuba, coming in at a 37 out of 50, and it shows with this interaction.
I'm confused.
The other 8 executives are instantly made aware of this phone call and are having a meeting to discuss this, as they are now beyond the level of suspicion. Having so many close calls in such a short time span, some of them start to
What in
lose
the
their
fuck
cool.
was I?
One guy, Adayoshi Hattori, cracks under the pressure of the situation pretty quickly, and to no surprise, he is the one with the lowest stat total with a below average 21 out of 50. What's most interesting about these meetings is the dynamic between all these businessmen. none of them can fully trust each other as none of them know which one of them truly is Kira. Higuchi does a good job at not doing anything too stupid to reveal himself to the other members. He is the most outspoken on who to kill and the idea of killing in general, but he's mostly calm and rational in all of their meetings. Also, just like any Kira, is a massive liar. Reiji Namikawa, the smartest of them with a 35 out of 50, does the only form of deductive style thinking in the group. As none of them know who Kira is, he is able to realize what some of this Kira's traits are, how he thinks, and why he gathered 7 other individual members around him. His line of thought is that Kira is someone who is too stupid to act on their own. He is using these 7 other people as a shield and also for knowledge. But mostly, he is able to realize that based on how this Kira kills for money, the person among them most interested in social status is the man likely to be Kira. Then cutting to Higuchi, who tries to denounce himself immediately of being a person like that, when really, he kind of just let them all know. Yotsuba throughout this meeting in the end ultimately are speculating on nothing, and their conversation is entirely pointless in the grand scheme as Araldo Coil doesn't exist and they are just being stringed along by L the whole time. The story plays them up as being so fodder to the main cast that instead of doubting Araldo Coil at all, they are so impressed at what he was able to figure out that they pay him $5 million up front, more than 2 times what he was requesting, just to get him on their side, further implying that these guys are only able to think with their wallets. Iba and Weddy were thrown in rather quickly and seemingly pulled out of thin air, but their short-lived additions are great, especially Iba, showing that L has connections to criminals he's no interest in locking away. They are an immense help to the task force, as while Iba is over there conning the Yotsuba group out of millions, Weddy has gone ahead and put up security cameras inside the main meeting room to be overseen by the entire task force.
Where am I trying to go to here? Sears?
Chapter 44. Successor. Everyone gathered together, surrounded by the 13 monitor setup, are all heavily immersed into what they are seeing. 7 men in black suits enter the room and one of them is Kira. Because of his outburst in the last meeting, Areyoshi Hattori, the man with a 21 out of 50, was killed by Higuchi as a way of saying to the others in the group anonymously, "This is what will happen if you try to leave or speak out." He had no problem killing the lowest ranked member of their group, even if it was one of his own. This is getting serious now for the men in Yotsuba, and as this chapter moves forward with Light and L watching their every move, of course, they straight up reveal who they're going to kill. This on its own should be enough evidence to put these men away, or at least make them primary suspects. However, L sees things very differently and wants to wait and see if the person they mentioned actually does die, to have absolute proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The now reformed Light, along with his father, are against this idea completely, as it goes against their moral code. Normally, this video footage alone, along with Matsuda's testimony, would be enough evidence to convict all of Yotsuba, but L is thinking at a level beyond simply Yotsuba. In his mind, everything he does is done with the intent of still fighting Light Yagumi's Kira. If he captures the Yotsuba Kira now, he recognizes that will be a part of Light's original plan and will have fallen into some sort of trap, so he must come up with something, any kind of diversion. The debate continues over should we wait for them to kill who they say they will kill, or just proceed in capturing them immediately, in turn letting Yotsuba know that they're a suspect and risking the chance of Kira's capture for the sake of human life. Of course L is opposed to this at first and will ultimately remain stubborn on this fact, but the majority rules, and in this case, Light comes up with a plan before him and calls Yotsuba's smartest mind, Reiji Namikawa, pretending to be L. Both Light and L felt confident that this man was not in fact Kira, but had the most influence over the group, so by contacting him, they'll be able to accomplish the most. The call goes ahead and Light makes his presence as L extremely clear. While acting as L, he is so convincing that not only does he manipulate Yotsuba into delaying the killings by 1 month, but is now also likely to get more information out of Namikawa, as none of these people within the Yotsuba Foundation have any
OSRS 3 wasn't terrible? Yeah, don't we all?
Light still has no memory of what his life was like as Kidda. Everything he is doing now is under the idea of capturing Kidda and being a good person. Light was so good at acting like L that it makes L catch on to what Light's overall Grandmaster plan is. He states that his performance was so similar to how he himself would have done things, and by having the capacity to come up with it much faster, he concludes by saying, at this rate, if I die, you could probably become the successor to the L name. As much as it seems like it is, this isn't a compliment towards him or his ability at all. It's simply L making his final discovery on what Light's tactic, motive, and endgame was all along. Dispose of L, then lead the task force as L, while secretly being Kidda the whole time. The perfect endgame scenario.
Bro, this guy breaks shit. That's it.
Chapter 45. Crazy. This will become L's new obsession until the very end. At this moment, he had completely uncovered what Light's plan was, and still, there was nothing he could do to prevent it. It was as if Light had written his name in the Death Note already, metaphorically.
Jesus.
L is so subtle with his words here. Directly after this realization, he says, "You might be able to do it, Yagami-san." Not only referring to Light taking over as his successor, but in the ultimate plan actually coming together and working. L is acknowledging that Light Yagami may actually win this after all, showing that once again, Light is so insanely competitive, and even more so than the world's greatest detective and smartest ever mind, and in the end, this relentless effort to try and escape is remarkable, and even L has to recognize it, and in some ways has to respect it. He goes on to ask Light if he were to die, would he take over and become the new L? This was a pretty obvious test by Ryuzaki to just come out and say in front of everybody. Light being able to pick up on and read this effortlessly. Assuming he was Kidda, he would have said yes, and undoubtedly, the Light back in the first 22 chapters probably would have jumped at the chance. However, now, the dynamic has shifted a lot, and Light is genuinely a good person, much like his father. This is shown in the differences by which he responds to one of L's mind game tests. Instead of continuing the battle of minds, he outright exposes to the task force what L's reasoning was in even asking this question. Something the old Light would never have done, as it would have interfered with the epic battle of minds that he was having with L, and he would never expose the knowledge like this. Without knowing his own previous actions, Light had also figured out what his original plan was, to pass the power around to someone else to escape suspicion, and then, when that person is caught, the power will come right back to him, and everything goes back to normal. In a backward statement to L, he is saying that this is not a game between you and me anymore, and rather than going along with the cat and mouse game they had prior, he shuts down any form of contest in an effort to prove his innocence and focus on catching Kidda. Light turns L's chair around and looks him dead in the eye. L's eye entirely black and unreadable, while Light's eye remains clear and pure. He asks him honestly, "Do you really believe that I am capable of becoming a murderer?" This is the good Light attempting to end the game between them, but L says, "Yes, you do look like a murderer, and that's just what he thinks." Rejecting the idea of the good Light being the true version of Light. Calling him a murderer straight to his face, L was introduced to the Kidda version of Light Yagami. His first impression was, "This man is corrupt, he is a liar and someone that I do not like." Even now, seeing the good in him, he assumes that it is an act and does not let this cloud his original judgment at all. Notice how this Light Yagami isn't at all bored. There is always a sense of unpredictability and excitement working on the Kira case. It's thrilling for him. The biggest difference between Light in Chapter 1 and Light in Chapter 45 is that the sense of boredom is lost on him in these moments working with L and the task force, and this is why he never considers himself capable of just snapping like he does in the beginning and becoming a murderer. His boredom played a massive role in the initial moments of Light Yagami becoming Kidda, And now that's not an emotion he currently feels, he is able to take on the role that he was groomed for, having his father's sense of justice, and that's what he had been doing for the past few chapters since getting out of imprisonment.
Remember, yeah, fun fact, yeah, Jesus Christ. Not
After the chief brings up some
hour
rightfully valid points about wanting to secure innocent lives while they have the evidence, this isn't exactly L's main goal. L wants to do things his way, and so after some disagreement over catching specifically Kira versus saving human lives, he ultimately just gets fed up with the task force and suggests that he should work on this case alone, without the morally ambiguous task force slowing him down. And we all know how the task force working by themselves is going to go. Not good. And so L walks out of the main offices to pursue Kira on his own. He brings Light up to Misa's room. If we're acquainting true justice to the amount of human lives saved, then this is a huge scene in favor of L not being morally just. It's becoming quite obvious at this point he has made his intentions clear that he is still very much playing the game. Regardless of being self-aware to what the actual outcome will be, he is not going to run away and hide. Some of L's funniest moments come when he's around Misa. Misa says that she will do anything to help Light, and L says, "Then who am I? Who is L?" Obviously things that would have helped Light in the not too distant past, but now are of no meaning since both their minds are wiped. This very much feels like endgame L. He's figured out the case, he's making jokes, ultimately at his own expense. It's a fatalistic turn for his character. Throughout these moments with Light and Misa, he keeps mentioning that he's desperate and doesn't have much time, conclusively deciding on a strategy to get Misa closer to Kira, as he was able to watch and observe how the Yotsuba men acted that night in Misa's apartment. And as this Kira is someone who seeks status, he figures they will see Misa as the ultimate prize to win. Light, Misa and L form the ultimate trio. Chapter 46, Ill-Suited. The task force works on their own for about 3.5 minutes and comes to the conclusion that yeah, they suck without L. As Yotsuba continue their discussions at a more frequent pace, Iba agrees to show his face to them for an additional $2.5 million. Of course under the name Araldo Coil, and to act as their form of Ryuzaki. The idea is to approach Misa as being connected to L through that small 2-week window where no one was killed by Kira, and where Misa conveniently went missing to the public. Back at the task force, working without L lasted, no joke, 1 panel. The former chief realizes that the Japanese MPA had been outcast from the Kira case entirely, and that for them to present evidence directly to them would only work against them. For the task force without L to get anything done, they would have to contact foreign authorities, which would only be possible with the help of L anyway, so it doesn't take long until everyone is back working together. This time, Mogi becomes Misa's new manager in his first on-screen role of the series, as she is helped by Iba and L to practice this fake interview to get close to the Yotsuba Kira. All this time, Rem had still been there, silently watching over Higuchi's actions. The only time she ever shows up is to say how disgusting this man is, and generally, how disgusting all of humanity is. And it becomes the absolute final straw for her when he decides that he will take Misa Amane as his wife. With the money, status, and Misa Amane as a wife, to Higuchi, that is the pinnacle of life itself, and as he is made aware of Amane's affinity for Kira since he is Kira, this makes him incredibly confident in his ability to pull this off. All while observing how revolting this man is, Rem decides that under no circumstances can she let Misa be swayed by the power of Higuchi into marriage. She didn't think Misa would be into him anyway, simply on the fact that he was Kira alone. However, she couldn't be certain, and so Rem tears out a page of the Death Note in attempts to save her. While arriving at Yotsuba's main office, Mogi has shown the most amount of his personality in the series thus far, and it's about time. It is stated by Sugumi Oba that he did intend for Mogi to play a larger role throughout the series than he did. And to be fair, he had done a lot compared to the others, but it's all been off screen, and it is important to remember that he has the highest overall stats of anyone in the task force, so this makes him somewhat of an underrated character in the task force. He also plays the acting role of Misa's manager very well. Misa's interview takes place in front of 4 Yotsuba members and Araldo Coil, which is Aiba. Misa comments on how Mido looks similar to Light, only a decade too old. Their rehearsed acting skills fly way over the head of anyone in this company. They are infiltrating Yotsuba perfectly to gain the trust of Kira, who is currently in the room sitting directly opposed to her. The whole time, as Higuchi is there, so is Rem, overseeing this interview, completely unaware of L's plan and intent with Misa being there, and so when she gets up to go to the bathroom alone, her hand is touched by a torn piece of the Death Note, and Rem appears before her again. A single torn page isn't enough to bring back all previous memories, however, it is enough to simply see and talk to Rem, who is then able to guide her in the path that Light originally intended.
You almost done this fucking quest.
Chapter 47. Impertinence.
What do I get for this?
The moments in which Light is left alone with his thoughts, the idea of once being Kira continuously enters his mind. It's no surprise that whenever these moments occur, it's in the brief time he has to think to himself, alone. Truthfully, he never actually is alone in these moments, as these handcuffs that tie him to Ryuzaki are a representation of L's best attempt at countering his plan. He is able to differentiate the current Kira over there in Yotsuba from the original, as Higuchi had been killing any criminal whose name appeared on the news regardless of false accusations or even outright innocence, whereas Light, in his original Kira state, over time did lean majoritively towards his own ideals in who he perceived to be innocent or not. This is in complete contrast to Higuchi, who is only killing criminals because he was told to, and does not really care which criminal dies, innocent or not. Light picks up on this, as does L, and is one of the many reasons that even though they're so close to honing in on the current Kira, L is not even close to being personally satisfied by this. This is a chapter that revolves around Misa regaining her partial memories of her time before confinement and suspicion of being the second Kira. Rem announces herself as the most prejudiced Shinigami of all time, showing so much bias towards Misa and now even Light Yagami himself, at least in comparison to Higuchi and the other members of Yotsuba. Rem goes on to state that her distaste for Higuchi goes deeper than her once hatred for Light Yagami, and now seeing how bad and, in her own words, disgusting humans can really be, Rem is in complete favor of Light Yagami and his original ideals with the Death Note, in that some people need to be killed, closely following and overseeing all the Yotsuba group meetings where every individual in that room was objectively monetarily selfish and not a great representation of humanity. She now agrees with Light, so a bit of character development for the Shinigami. In all, this acts as a long conversation that catches Misa up to speed on the events of the past while still retaining her innocence in a very dialogue-heavy chapter that was mostly exposition, not only for Misa, but also for Rem to announce her newly found desire to help out Light Yagami. What this means is, if Rem is now ever put into a position that would extend Light Yagami's own life, she will die. This is why she remains hesitant in killing L and even Higuchi himself, although she doesn't rule it out and at some point does expect to die. So far in Death Note, Rem has been the most compassionate, willing to act, kind-hearted death god of all time. Personally, I like the idea that all gods in narrative storytelling that involve mortals must remain somewhat neutral. Interference to an extent isn't a problem itself, as Ryuk dropping the Death Note could be considered unnatural. However, with Rem, this is a character that has the ability to do whatever she wants. She states that she isn't fond of dying, but will do it because she has grown attachment to a certain human. First Misa, and now by proxy of following Higuchi and all of Yotsuba, Light. By coming down and announcing this, from the moment Rem enters the story, her purpose is to die, and that becomes very clear early on. Her plea to Misa in this current chapter is nothing more than Rem wanting to protect her because of the desire to do so. It remains unexplained why this is a phenomenon that certain Shinigami can feel, but it is more than implied that Rem is an emotional death god who was enamored by Misa's charm and through observation of the human world found her to be rather wholesome and worth protecting. This is something that remains fairly consistent throughout the story. Even L, in a single panel after being kissed on the cheek by Misa, states outright, "I could fall for you," which I think is even more insane to get someone like him to fall for the charm than a Shinigami, but Misa's charm ability is the equivalent of Light's acting ability. It is her outlier stat, stated as being a solid 10 out of 10, and manages to have an effect on even the divine. And what's crazy is, Rem is not the first death god who has felt this way towards Misa. Depending on what you think is more impressive, L unironically states he could fall for the grace and glamour of Misa Amane, which is insane, but something even more insane is that with all of these death gods killing themselves in the name of Misa, Light Yagami feels nothing. All of the admiration thrown on Misa by the masses, gods included, is then directed by her towards Light and whatever his current goal is at that time. This feeling of love is never reciprocated by Light at all, and is instead directed towards his own ideals and motives, changing the world, curing his boredom, becoming a god, etc. Chapter 48. Give and Take. Misa's first impression seeing Higuchi as Kira is yuck. These impressions may have been swayed by their initial meeting where Higuchi is shown being really weird coming onto her and the other models. However, most of the low-level Yotsuba members were portrayed like this, but it is interesting because despite her obsession with Kira at first, Higuchi is just not the guy. Light is the guy. Without originally knowing much about their character, her first reaction to Light was complete infatuation, while her first reaction to Higuchi is ew. This shows an innate intuition and perceptiveness that Misa is able to pick up on between these two separate Kiras. She may not go about it the same way as L, but in the end, they are both not interested in this Kira. They are interested in Light's Kira. Misa may mostly be portrayed as this ditzy girl who just follows Light around, but there has been a lot of character put into her, and in unique ways she is able to do things that Light or L could never. Remember that she was the first person to uncover who Kira really was, then locate and track him down to have a one-on-one meeting in person. Also, she's become slightly less crazy ever since her mind was wiped and lost the Shinigami eyes. These last few chapters have been fairly rapid in their pacing. So much happens within only a span of a few pages. Soichiro Yagami had planned to announce to the public all of the information regarding the Kira case in attempts to stop the killings. L does not want this to happen, so he convinces him to wait 1 month, as that is when Light had delayed the next Yotsuba killings to anyway. And beyond that, L does not expect to even be alive in 1 month. More on that later. Misa comes back into the task force with more knowledge than everyone combined. Knowing who the real Kira was, she has a plan on how to get him to confess. However, she wasn't able to execute this flawlessly. Her behavior towards Light catches the attention of L, big surprise there. But again, it becomes one of those moments where L is able to pick up and put together the fragments of everything that's going on around him. However, due to this being the work of a divine notebook, the answer is always just slightly out of reach and can never be truly definitive. Misa is able to dance around the task force knowing the truth and is able to come up with her own method of helping Light. This plan ends up with her running away from her fake manager Mogi, cutting off all contact for a brief moment and getting a chance to speak with Higuchi alone. Highlighting Misa's ability to charm most characters, Higuchi is of course no exception. What he thinks is going to be a normal time with a normal girl is entirely flipped on its head when Misa reveals that she is the second Kira. As if she is acting out a scene saying, "My dream is to marry Kira. If only he were here right now, I would love him so much." This is obvious bait for Higuchi, but the fact that this even works really says everything it needs to about his character. If it wasn't already made clear, Higuchi is an easily swayed man with no true purpose or direction, unlike Light. There are some things that do make Light an extremely admirable person, but with Higuchi, there isn't a thought that goes through his mind other than the desire to make out of this with dominance over Misa. With Rem in the background listening over to all of this, she assists Misa in proving to Higuchi that she does have the capacity to kill, and that she wasn't lying. This leads to the groundbreaking confession of Higuchi telling her that he is Kira. He does this in hopes of securing Misa as not only a wife, but also he wants her eyes. However, since he can't prove it, since he never carries fragments of the Death Note on him, Misa tells him the only way to prove it is to halt the killings of criminals until she says otherwise. And he doesn't even question this, gladly agreeing to these terms, not only preventing new murder, but Misa was also wearing a wire, returning to the task force and playing that particular part of the audio to L and everyone else. Higuchi is Kira, and the man they will now focus on. Chapter 49. Potted Plant. What a strange name for a chapter of Death Note, Potted Plant. This likely refers to the one line where Misa says the words potted plant, and that's it. I think it's important to mention that overall in stats, Misa outranked Higuchi, having a total of 33 out of 50 while he sits at a 26 out of 50. While his knowledge may be higher, just about everything else is in Misa's favor, and well, she's played her part. The evidence is there for the task force to hone in on Higuchi alone. While this part of the case is seemingly all but solved, there's still a lot that needs to be done, such as finding out the method used to kill, watching to see if the murders do suddenly stop at Misa's request, and most importantly to L, what will happen once Higuchi is captured. One of L's biggest problems is that he does not want the power of Kira to simply pass on to someone else, only then for him to have to restart the investigation from close to the beginning all over again. That is not fun for L, and so everything he does is in anticipation that Kira's power at any time could move on to someone else. To quell this semi-paranoia from his mind, he genuinely and in good faith asks Light if he remembers how to kill. This is more of a direct statement from L, not trying to catch Light out on anything, but to actually listen to what he has to say. As he doesn't remember how to kill or any of his previous actions before confinement, this leads to the final deduction that Light Yagami was Kira, and his powers passed on to someone else while Light had forgotten that he was once Kira. It was not the will of a divine being operating from behind the scenes, it was the will of Light himself passing on those powers intentionally. If there was a third party in the background who could transfer powers and they didn't want the method of killing to be uncovered, then it would be strange that he waited so long before switching the power to someone else. And if someone had just transferred the power and wasn't paying attention, then it would make even less sense for the power to be passed on when it was. This confirms that Kira's power can only be transferred by the will of the person who possesses it. This is a pretty insane discovery, and for these two to just have this conversation while everyone else is focused on the current Kira and Higuchi, L just caught Light. This is the deduction the task force uses to pursue Higuchi, in the idea he won't try and forfeit ownership. If they both agree that Kira's power can only be transferred by the person who is in control, then that is literally what Light did, and L thanks Light personally. He now feels 99% confident. Of course, this 99% is disguised as a 99% confidence that Higuchi's power won't be passed on when trying to capture him. However, it can also be interpreted as him being 99% confident in the final deduction of Light being Kira. The end goal is observing how Higuchi / the current Kira actually kills people, and because Higuchi isn't a super genius, this will be fairly straightforward and easy to come up with a plan for. The next 8 pages is the task force unironically going play by play on how Higuchi will react with pinpoint accuracy. Matsuda will play the role of the man who once walked in on a Yotsuba meeting and will tell his story on national TV, exposing the current Kira and labeling all other members of Yotsuba as mere victims. This will force Higuchi's hand to find a way to kill him, and when he does, L and the task force will observe how he does so. Chapter 50, Yotsuba. It has been 3 days and the killings have indeed stopped. 3 members of Yotsuba meet at Shingo Mido's house to discuss how they've been feeling about these recent actions of Kira. And surprisingly, at least 3 out of the remaining 7 are sickened by what is taking place during these meetings, and they want a way out. Namikawa, Suguru, and Mido all speculate and conclude that it is Higuchi who has been pulling the strings as Kira, based on him desiring the most amount of money and power out of anyone, and not really having the capacity to make it on his own, outside of the power derived from being Kira. And so now it's basically everyone against Higuchi. There is not a single person on his side, and it's about to become him versus the world. How will the new Kira handle this stress? The stakes being at the highest they had ever been. Will he remain calm and think of a way out of it, like someone we know? Or will he ultimately self-destruct? The other members of the Yotsuba group are portrayed as victims in all of this. Even though some of them genuinely feel like it, and probably are, the fear of going against Kira instilled a sense of fear in them, and not wanting to die like Arayoshi Hattori, they are only speaking up about this now. During this meeting, Namikawa gets a phone call from L, or Light acting as L, and actually pulls off a subtly impressive feat that stumbles him, confirming to everyone that their target is in fact Higuchi. First time Light had been drawn with a sweat mark in a while, he was caught out here in a very minor way, revealing the task force's plan. How this doesn't actually really matter or do anything in the grand scheme. Light was going to ask Namikawa to call Higuchi anyway to inform him about the TV interview, so it's likely he would have put it together regardless. Over the last 3 days, not a single criminal has been reported dead, and so the task force has full intention of moving forward with their original plan. While Higuchi is laughing to himself, thinking he's about to gain the power of Misa's Shinigami eyes, he receives a phone call from Namikawa telling him to tune into Sakura TV and the man being interviewed. Matsuda says some dangerously revealing things, and when he does, his face is purposely shown to make it clear to Higuchi that he remembers him, he is serious, and he must take action in killing him.
Come get it.
Higuchi is thrown into a really bad position. L had him in checkmate before he even knew he was playing. Everything that L said, how he would react, the thoughts going through his mind, his gut feeling in this exact moment were all correct. Higuchi goes through every motion, first calling Misa to use her powers as the second Kira, then calling the other members of Yotsuba, which turns out to be ultimately pointless, then even calling Mogi, who he thinks is Misa's manager, and asks him why she isn't answering. None of this works, and he is left in a complete panic, not even trying to hide what his intentions are. He flees in his car, taking the death note and a gun with him to Yoshida Productions in an attempt to find Matsuda's real name. Not only is this going exactly how L planned, but it's also going exactly how Light Yagami planned from 4 months ago.
Oh no, I just fucked up.
Higuchi is on a mission to kill Matsuda. God. All records and files of his name would be impossible to find, putting him in a very dangerous position. Cameras and microphones had been installed in his Porsche, and is followed by Weddy on a motorcycle while being strictly monitored by L. Chapter 51. Misunderstanding. Rushing through the city streets, Higuchi begins speaking to Rem inside his car. This is immediately picked up on by L and is assumed to be a Shinigami. All those subtle clues that Light aimed towards him in the beginning about Shinigami possibly even being real, then Misa confirming it later on, become fully realized in this confrontation right here. L is acknowledging that this may in fact be the secondary work of a death god. Higuchi enters the Yoshida Productions offices where he assumes that he can find the real name of Matsuda. However, one thing that never crosses his mind, not even once, is that this whole situation, from the police chase to running around the city trying to find his name, even the Yotsuba group itself, had merely been used as strategical pieces in Light's fourth-dimensional game of intellect with L. All of these events had been orchestrated and foreseen a long time ago by someone much more intelligent than himself. He is no greater than an NPC in Light's game, and he doesn't even realize it. This leads to a very frustrated and scared Higuchi. Once he realizes that all records of Matsuda's name had been wiped, the only way he would be able to kill him is by taking the deal with Rem and halving his lifespan for the Shinigami eyes. This is what he ultimately decides to do, allowing him to instantly kill a policeman who pulled him over for speeding, and by way of doing so, alerting L that he can now, for whatever reason, kill with only a face. L wanted to see specifically how he killed, and did recognize a notebook of some kind, but from video cameras alone there wasn't enough footage to see what he actually did to kill this policeman, so L forfeits the idea of waiting and switches to an all-out offensive mode of attack. Chapter 52. Split Second. Once Higuchi accepted the Shinigami ideal, he gained an immense confidence in himself. Now the third person to get a hold of the Shinigami eyes after Beyond Birthday and Misa, and in both of those two particular individuals, there was overwhelming evidence that the eyes played a large role in them going insane and their eventual downfall. For Higuchi, again, it has a similar effect, combined with everything else that's going on around him. Although he wasn't much before, there was some calmness about him, and he did try to emulate an overabundance of intelligence to not seem too suspicious to the Yotsuba group. The Yotsuba group now, standing on the sidelines, are waiting for Kira to make a move. This leaves Higuchi left alone to make his own decisions and try to avoid capture. This goes against everything that he originally intended by forming the Yotsuba group. Either way, from this moment, his life would never be the same again. In what is the most action-filled chapter of Death Note, the Task Force, the MPA, and even the host at Sakura TV are all working together to catch Kira. There was never really a chance for Higuchi to defend himself. All events had already been predetermined by Light 4 months ago. L, Watari and Light pursue him in a helicopter, showing that L actually knows how to operate one of these things, because of course he does, and he actually says that, you know, with a little bit of intuition, Light should be capable of doing the same thing. So, fun fact. The night only continues to get worse for Higuchi, as wherever he goes, even with the Shinigami eyes, he was never able to see Matsuru's face again, going all the way back to Yotsuba HQ to review footage of him stumbling his way into their meeting room, only to find that it had been deleted. In his mind, someone had betrayed him. He then makes his way over to Sakura TV, arriving to only be met with mannequins in place of real people. Members of the task force, including Light's father, were there waiting for him with helmets and guns. The more he tries, the more hopeless it gets. He goes from a panicked man to a desperate man, to eventually a man confronted with over 15 individual police sirens and blasting lights opposing his single vehicle. The two men leading this charge on the MPA's side were Ide and Aizawa. Ide had never stopped working on the Kira case, and had formed a secret union of police to work with him privately on the investigation. Along with Aizawa leaving L's side to join Ide, this brings over a lot of once private information into a lot more people's minds. As they are leading this charge against Kira, they really do believe that everything they had worked on for the last 12 months was about to come to an end, and they can be proud that they were the ones who never truly gave up. Watari from inside the helicopter pulls out a sniper rifle and shoots the tire of Higuchi's porch, disabling his mobility and giving him one final option, pulling a gun to his head and threatening to pull the trigger, in which L looks at him and remarks, "is so stupid," implying that once again, L thinks that the original Kira never would have tried taking himself as hostage. Watari takes out the rifle again and with even more impressive marksmanship is able to pinpoint his aim directly into Higuchi's gun. Dropping the gun, and with the Death Note sitting on the seat next to him, Higuchi's life is over. Chapter 53. Scream. The content leading up to this moment had been a trip, but that is all it was. This had been a scripted path already predetermined by Light Yagami months ago. Without even using the Death Note, Light had been able to foresee everything that happened in the last 20 chapters, without getting any assumptions wrong and basically nailing every reaction with extreme pinpoint accuracy. There's a reason Yotsuba felt like filler-esque antagonists, because compared to Light, that is what they were. They were certainly not meant to be the true villain. That's made very apparent by none of their combined stats reaching above 35. Just regular people mixed up in a battle between the world's greatest minds. Higuchi steps out of the vehicle with both hands raised and complies with his arrest. A headset is then put on him and he's asked the most important question of all time by L, who is sitting over there in the helicopter. How have you been killing people? Without any hesitation, he answers, telling L about a notebook in which the human whose name is written shall die. Soichiro is the first one to find the death note sitting in the car, and so that makes him the first one to see it and freak out over the Shinigami. Curious to what type of monster he is seeing, L requests to touch the notebook as well, revealing to him the Shinigami Rem standing a solid 1 meter above everyone. The sight of the Shinigami isn't what freaks out L. In fact, he has quite the opposite reaction that normal people do. Instead of going crazy, he actually remains quite calm. His mind keeps going back over clues found in the Kira case months ago, very specifically when Misa was sending in messages about showing each other our notebooks in Aoyama. The words notebook, Kira, second Kira, met in Aoyama, love at first sight, all rush through his mind as he is working to piece it all together. L understands that there must be a second notebook, but mainly that this isn't over yet. While he was stuck in thought, Light had taken back the death note and is now holding it in both hands, screaming. All previous memories, every single experience he had with the death note pre-imprisonment was restored back to him. Ryuk, the 12 FBI agents, Ray Pemba, Misa as the second Kira, and most importantly, the desire to kill L. A zoom in on Light's face shows that the man who we had been following for the first 33 chapters of the story has returned. Everything went exactly as planned, and rightfully so. He is very pleased with himself once the memories are regained. So, as the hunt for Yotobu Kiddo was more of a halftime runaround than an actual contest, it is now time to let the second half battle between Light and L commence. This time though, there's not much left in it. Chapter 54. Inside. Light's plan had been so creative that it requires an entire chapter to flash back and explain in detail what he was thinking on the night before his confinement. We've gone over the general idea throughout the Yotuba arc, however flashing back to that specific moment, Light was done. Misa had all but confirmed their connection to Kira, and it was a constant barrage of suspicion coming from L. In a moment of absolute pressure, when it was all on the line, Light was mentally very strong. In comparison to the man we had just seen point a gun to his head in a last resort effort to escape confinement, Light had metaphorically done the opposite, having had the self-awareness to understand that he had to change from the man he once was. The ideal Yagami child needed to return, and so he methodically displayed what makes him one of the greatest fictional characters of all time. This goes beyond sociopathic. The lengths Light Yagami is willing to go to not lose. His everlasting competitive nature never seems to disappear. This is a man who does not lose. Losing is a fate equivalent to death itself. And so all this time chasing Yotuba, working with L, continuing to have countless people murdered through the death note, this is all for Light to not lose the game. And while he seemed down and out 20 chapters ago, right now, not a single person suspects him, aside from L. At the moment, this remains Light's most insane intellectual feat. Nothing anyone has done throughout the story can compare to what Light had just pulled off. It is implied that L may have been able to think of something similar or of equal value to this, since he does backwards engineer the plan quite a few times before capturing Higuchi, but right now, without question, Light Yagami is in the winning position. This is displayed in the anime as Light and L being constantly shown as both being atop buildings, and whoever is about to fall off loses. That is one of many stylistic choices that the anime adaptation took, and isn't a thing in the manga, but it's a great way to visualize who's on top, and right now, that person is Light. Having secured a piece of the death note in his watch for this very moment to end the life of Higuchi, it's pretty insane to think that if L had just taken away and searched Light's watch, he would have seen a piece of the death note and potentially ruin Light's plan right there. However, there's so many of those small little moments that could have happened that Light statistically had been prepared to take on that risk and bet against anything outside his own perception. Lying Yagami is still sitting next to L in the helicopter and has to angle himself in a position that doesn't alert suspicion, and so he takes a small needle and pierces his finger, and with the drops of blood, uses that as ink to write down Higuchi's name in the death note. Just as everyone is about to relax and celebrate the capture of what they think was the true Kidder, Higuchi dies of a heart attack, and it is with this that the original Kidder has officially returned, and things are about to reach their climax. Chapter 55. Creation. The creation of the new world is well within reach. Rem is left hanging around the task force as once Higuchi died, ownership of the Death Note returned back to Light. This brings up for the first time how the group reacts to seeing a Shinigami. As they have all touched the Death Note, they can all interact and see Rem. However, her dialogue with L and the task force remains extremely reserved. She doesn't tell them anything. In the continued attempt to save Misa, Rem complies with only the will of Light and does not speak out of turn. Since she has a track record of being charmed multiple times by certain humans, not just Misa but eventually Light as well, that shows a level of empathy that most Shinigami simply do not have, and it does make you wonder if given enough time around certain other members of the task force, such as L or anyone else, if she would have adopted a similar emotion to them as well. L basically has a 0 in charm, at least within the Death Note universe, as evident by the 1 out of 10 in social ability, and it would be hard to believe that Ram would find any kind of connection to him at all. He is stated as being somewhat evil himself by the creator,
what makes
although
it suck,
this evil
it's
is a lot more subtle and
same
less in
as
your
this
face
game.
than the big bad corporate evil Higuchi. Then you have Light Yagami, who Rem once disagreed with and thought was a despicable human being,
just
but
not as
now
enjoyable. They
she aligns
changed a lot of
herself
the
with
enjoyable
cause.
things in it. Yeah.
Aizawa is now back working alongside the task force, and he
They
finds
changed
that
core
upon
fundamentals of the
scientific
game.
inspection of the Death Note, it is discovered that the notebook itself and the ink used to write the rules are made up of substances not found on Earth. So things are moving very quickly. A Shinigami is standing in the room with them, they have knowledge of the Death Note, L is still thinking and aware of the clues from months ago about showing each other our notebooks in Aoyama. That's where Light met Misa. This entire endgame plan could have easily been fumbled by Light. Simply by revealing the Death Note, he had intentionally uncovered around 50% of the case. Without foresight and a specific set of rule changing, Light Yagami would have without a doubt been convicted as the original Kidder shortly after by L. So, in order to prevent this, before relinquishing ownership of the Death Note, he forces Ryuk to write in a fake rule. As there are no rules against this, and it doesn't directly lengthen his official lifespan, Ryuk complies because this would definitely be the most entertaining outcome to watch. There was no way Light expected to reach the new Kidder before L, so he had to work under the assumption that the task force would uncover the identity of the Death Note roughly at the same time as him. By accepting this as the most likely outcome, Light allowed himself to be as creative as he liked with how they perceived it, and a part of that were the rules. If the person using the note fails to consecutively write names of the people to be killed within 13 days of each other, then the user will die. Not as mind-blowing as the whole procedure he used to get here, but with a single rule change, this clears Light in the minds of everyone. This was a magical notebook that could do beyond natural things after all. They had no choice but to abide by it and everything it said. He also adds in another fake rule that if the Death Note is to be destroyed, all those who had come in contact with it by touching it will also die. This is to prevent him from potentially losing his memories again in case the Death Note is burned or destroyed later on.
I have 1 XP for
From the
this.
moment
It's
Higuchi
crazy.
collapsed of a heart attack, L had been in hyper-focus. This battle was not over, and he is left questioning Rem over the validity of these rules written in the Death Note, as this was a clear outlier in all evidence pointing towards Light. Rem continues to lie to protect Misa, so L has no choice but to admit defeat. In this moment, he apologizes for the trouble and unchains Light Yagami from his side. Just like that, clearing him of all suspicion to everyone on the outside. Whether you call it a biased Shinigami or no access to godlike power feeding him abstract rules from the divine, L had almost nothing going in his favor and is left purely to his own logic and deductive capability, and even then it still wouldn't be enough to keep the suspicion on Light in front of everyone who is just going against him. Light had front-ran him on the social hierarchy, and in the minds of the masses, he was innocent. It just wasn't all fully connecting. The previous steps Light had taken were made to ensure L would feel this way, and it's as if in the moment he releases Light, he gives up. L admitted defeat, and in the end, his fate was already sealed and predetermined. For as much as he hated losing, he was not more competitive than the man who was bored, and did not have a solid response for what was about to come. If anything, only apathy. L continues just by asking questions to Rem about the Death Note, the Shinigami Eyes, and realizes that Misa definitely saw his name on the day of her arrest. Regardless of Rem doing her best job at trying to avoid these questions, L is still able to figure out enough to know that he is sitting in a very unhealthy spot in relation to Light and his overall life.
Thank you. Holy fuck.
Chapter 56. Embrace.
You took a break from filmmaking for a tad. What you doing now?
And everyone who believes them to be innocent is down wishing Misa a farewell. And all those who are still not convinced, do not say goodbye. A big difference now is that Kira, or the evil Light, can utilize Misa's power and manipulate her in any way he wants, whereas the good Light would never have done this, and even go on to say that it was a total one-sided relationship. He felt nothing for Misa and would never lead her on, as it goes against his moral code. But now he fakes being attracted to her using the reasoning of, after seeing all she had went through for him, naturally anyone would start to feel a connection. L picks up on this as a drastic change in the two personalities of Light. However, at this point, L can pick up on all he wants, it doesn't really change anything. This is of course a way for Light to retain Shinigami Eye power without he himself
still going for
actually
99
shorten
Firemaker, or
his
you
own
just taking a break
lifespan.
from the OSRS?
He tells Misa where to go to dig up the Death Note that he had buried months ago, and that's exactly what she does, simultaneously regaining all her memories from her time spent as the second Kira as well. Light had left her a letter with a specific set of instructions that would lead to the death of Hideki Ryuga, the man she saw with the Shinigami Eyes at Toho University, also known as L. A POV from Misa's perspective shows how much of a hindrance Shinigami Eyes must be in everyday normal life. Misa goes through thousands of names daily and could not be possibly expected to remember the names of any specific individual. It had been months from the moment she had last seen L with those powers, and she never exactly was encouraged to remember his name, and so naturally, she forgets. Although once again, Light had definitely accounted for this. One thing he could always rely on was Misa's devotion and reproachful nature. Ryuk returns to the human world after being sidelined for far too long. Misa is so upset that she can't be of use to Light that she now asks him to do the Shinigami ideal without hesitation, halving it again so her lifespan is now 1/4 of what it originally was. This is a type of loyalty that defines who Misa is, and was one of the many outcomes that Light was banking on. Her only vision is to be valued by Light. Her lifespan should now technically be the shortest out of anyone. Having taken charge of the Kira investigation, Light searches all areas that are not related to himself, and with Misa arriving back at the task force, Rem notices that Ryuk is now attached to her. Of course, this was done intentionally to force Misa into making the ideal again, shortening her lifespan and pressuring Rem into making the ultimate decision. Light can also finally welcome back his original Shinigami, Ryuk. The grand finale is about to begin. This plan had taken 100% of Light's brain capacity to actually pull off. This was him stress tested to the absolute limit, directly stating that before his confinement he had spent every waking second thinking about each possible scenario and how to deal with them if they were to arise, and the current scenario that he is in is a good one for him that is manageable. Not only had Light planned his way out of suspicion, but he also had planned to eliminate all those who stood opposed him as well. This includes Rem, L, and even poor old Watari. Chapter 57. Two choices. In true detective fashion, L is in favor of testing out and using the Death Note. This brings up an interesting talking point on what if it was L that received the Death Note at the start of the story instead of Light. We've been comparing how similar these two are throughout the narrative, so would it be too much of a stretch to say L would end up similar to Light? Although his reasons for wanting to test it out here are simply to scrutinize the limits of what can actually be done, namely the 13-day rule. As much as Light and L are similar, they are not the same. L never had the god complex and was never living a life of mundane boredom such as Light. He was already out there solving cases long before the Kira case, and so if he was ever put in a position similar to Light at the start of chapter 1, L would without a doubt show interest in the Death Note, but it's hard to believe that he would hide it away and use it for his own malicious reasons. This chapter goes into a small amount, only a small bit, of how I would interpret L's usage of the Death Note to really be outside of the Kira case. Simply find a criminal who is already sentenced to death and arrange with a world leader who is willing to comply to end their life with the Death Note to test its legitimacy, see that it's actually real, and then, most likely, L keeps it or destroys it. For as similar as their deductive analysis is, L does not fall down the same path as Light in that regard, and would probably be one of the only humans I'd feel confident in breaking the curse of the Death Note bringing its user endless misfortune. The killing of criminals begins again as soon as one day after Light had just spoken with Misa. This was intentionally done to force L into suspecting Misa and in turn capturing the second notebook. Light purposely puts Misa in danger of L himself in the knowledge of how he anticipates those around him to act. He didn't want L to simply run off with the notebook because then he would be stuck with Rem following him around. Not only would that be annoying, but it's also a dead giveaway. Light knew Misa would become a suspect if the killing of criminals started happening directly after he was spotted having a conversation with her. It's a bit strange, this was L's custom pre-built building designed specifically for the Kira case, where he knew he would be working directly with the man who he suspected to be Kira the most. I don't know why he wouldn't choose to have audio devices installed everywhere, constantly monitoring everything, but he doesn't. This allows Light to speak freely with Misa about his grand ideas of making the new world together with no bad people, essentially lying to her to make her comply on demand. Of course, this is a big part of Misa's character, and so within one day, she followed the instructions and a mass amount of criminals dropped dead of heart attacks, clear for L to see. So the task force do notice that L is still fixated on Misa Amane as being a suspect, even after they had all gone down to farewell her. This is one of the biggest downfalls that L has. Working with people like Aizawa and Light's father who haven't the slightest clue what's going on, they are constantly hindering his ability to get anything close to constructive done. The 13-day rule was all the evidence they needed, and they didn't see Light as a monster, whereas he did. The task force do not allow him to keep compulsively suspecting Misa, and so L realizes this as a win for Light, and that's why he apologizes. This is the slow and grueling death of L. He had been superseded. Light casually leads the conversation onto what would happen if this kiddo was caught, what type of punishment would they receive, and for one of the only times in the series, L never picks up on this. He had been able to pick up on everything, literally no matter how subtle or otherworldly it was, but this was a normal and honest question. If Light didn't bring up this topic as nonchalantly as he did, Rem may not have acted at all. This is implied through her reaction to hearing of the potential Misa Amane execution and her overall deduction that Light wanted L to suspect Misa, up until the point where she had no choice but to kill L. It takes her quite a while to put this all together, and once she has, similar to L, her fate was arranged before she could do anything. Sticking to her word of protecting Misa, this is the characteristic Light was counting on the most, and as Rem is the most emotional Shinigami ever created, it is going to work. This is why she was so startled by this at first. Light had not only planned this through to outsmart L and the task force, but also a god who is the 4th ranked Shinigami in her realm. This allows him to get rid of her, L, and the task force's connections to the Shinigami all in one go. Light had pulled off the most insane feat of the series with only about 1 day's worth of prep time. Rem states that by manipulating a Shinigami and in turn killing a god, Light himself had surpassed the Death God. While Ryuzaki is speaking with Rem, he notices that to all the important questions relating to the case, she answers with a straight, "I don't know." If he were to assume the answer to "I don't know" questions were actually a yes, such as being able to write on torn pages of the Death Note, that would immediately put Light back into suspicion, and that's when L figures it out. All this time, Light could have been writing on a piece of the Death Note in that bag of potato chips while under surveillance, or even while Higuchi had been captured. L had figured it out, but there just was not enough time. His mindset right now is clearly still directed at Light being the original kidder and Misa being the second kidder. That never changed. What he is needing to do, and fully intends to do, is use the Death Note to ensure the validity of specifically the 13-day rule. He decides to have this set up and tested immediately on a criminal who is destined for death row. If 13 days pass and the individual is still alive, Light Yagami is kidder and Misa Amane is the second kidder. L needed 13 days to solve the case. Days that he would never be given. Overhearing that Misa's punishment would be death if captured and found guilty, it is time for Rem to make the biggest decision in Death Note lore.
I want to tell you I'm L.
Going back, homie. This is it for the quest.
Chapter 58. Feelings Within.
Sir. Swan
From
song
pages
done.
76 to 82 of Volume 13's How to Read,
Go,
Sugumi
baby.
Oba goes through
Oh,
each
look at
individual
that.
chapter
People
and
just
explains
randomly
why he
appear. What the
titled it
fuck?
as such.
Hello?
This chapter is titled Feelings
Oh,
Within
boys?
and covers the death of L and the victory of Light, ending the story of Death Note for a lot of readers. He explained the title's reasoning as Feelings Within partly refer to Light's feelings, but mostly to L's final inner monologue. I'm often asked what
Nice,
L was trying to
Sean,
say when he
nice.
died, but I dodged the question by saying that Death Note is about readers coming to their own conclusions.
Excuse me.
The adaptation of the anime adds an exclusive scene that was not present in the original work, and it's one of the most fascinating additions that either makes the narrative easier to understand or more complicated depending on how you interpret Light and L's relationship. This is a scene that takes place right in between chapters 57 and 58, in which it is pouring down rain and L is found standing on top of this 23-story building looking upwards, as if he is staring at the gods themselves. Normally this would be considered strange behavior, and so Light goes up to speak with L, and he begins talking about hearing bells ringing in his head, making it hard to focus and that they keep distracting him. Once again, there's a sign of apathy in his voice, as if he's accepted the result as having already happened, predetermined and unavoidable. Light is up there with him and attempts to say something, which eventually leads to L ending the case on his own terms.
Chongus,
Tell me,
Chongus, what the
from
fuck?
the moment you were born, has there ever been a point where
What
you
the
actually
fuck?
told the truth?
Yo.
The scene then cuts to L washing Light's feet, saying that it's the least I can do to atone for my sins, and that it's about to become very lonely as you and I will be parting ways soon. Going straight from the manga to this scene, it does feel a bit weird that Light would just
Sure.
take time out to go up and speak to L when his single-minded focus is strictly intent on killing him, and it can feel slightly out of character for L to just concede like this,
Upon
but
the clue.
overall, this is a good addition and builds on what the manga's original narrative was going for. There's a lot of ways to interpret this, as is commonplace in Death Note, and I see this as somewhat of an apology/redemption letter directed towards L fans, and just generally L himself. Even though he will die, the scene portrays him acknowledging that very fact, setting pretense for Light that even up until the very end, he had been able to deduce every move he made. Realizing he was up against these godlike powers in Shinigami and in the Death Note, he begins treating Light as a god. Washing his feet can be viewed as one of the many Death Note references to biblical times. In this scene, by accepting death as the outcome, he had in a way claimed a very small victory, showing really good sportsmanship and even a bit of respect towards Light. Instead of going out cluelessly and just completely unaware, L died with the knowledge and closure that he deserved. This is also emphasized in the manga, but this adaptation takes that idea and expands upon it and pretty much throws it in your face, giving some justice to L's character. Switching back to the manga, this scene is not present at all and begins with Rem killing Watari, alerting L that all data collected on the case throughout the year has now been deleted. This informs him that Watari is now dead. L had told Watari to delete the data in case something were to ever happen to him. Because Light was their primary suspect, L knew that he was capable of hacking into police files and potentially even the Kira database, and so instead of sending all of this information to Whammy's house like the ideal scenario probably would have been, the only thing sent to Whammy's house were death certificates. Once Watari was dead, L was next. Shortly after, with a spoon in his hand, falls off the chair and dies in Light Yagumi's arms. In the brief moments before death, he looks into Light's eyes and sees that he was correct about everything. His final thoughts are, I knew it. I wasn't wrong. But. L got closure, but there's a but, and he never gets to finish his final thought. This was intentionally left open-ended and completely up to interpretation. In the most basic of analysis, this can be seen as L turning his 99% into a 100%, although there's a case to be made that it had hit 100% a while ago. The only thing that remained unsolved was the hard evidence. L had been a detective that solved every case he had ever worked on, and in the end, he was able to solve the Kira case to himself, but he could never prove it to the task force and the outside world. That's why his final thoughts remain unfinished, because the Kira case is still an ongoing case and remains unfinished. L's final moments in life were him realizing that he wasn't wrong, but he lost the game. Chapter 59. 0. Light's reaction is typical of him at this point, pretending to be upset in front of all those who would expect him to act this way, and from here he takes on a crucial role inside the task force as becoming the successor to L. None of them, not the Chief, not Aizawa, not Mogi, and certainly not Matsuda, could even begin to compete with Light Yagami, so in the end, he wins. Even acknowledging that with L dead, there would be zero competition, it becomes too easy, and that statement defines the game as truly being over. Light had gotten rid of the only capable person standing in his way, and for the next 5 years, and potentially rest of his life, nothing would ever challenge him as much as L did. His story now becomes a battle against all those who oppose the ideology of Kira. However, the fallout of L's death would be massive. With new obstacles on the horizon, we flash to an orphanage in England with a bunch of children running around. This was Quillish Whammy's most desired invention. Throughout the ongoing chapters, Watari had stayed somehow more anonymous than even L. However, when he dies, his death is broadcast to the public as the famous inventor Quillish Whammy, and gets pretty decent press as a father to gifted orphans from around the globe. Watari's foundation was touched on earlier when we were going through the Los Angeles BB murder case novel, and that orphanage was the origin of where Beyond Birthday was raised, along with many generations that followed since his attempted suicide and arrest. After finding L, Watari founded Whammy's house in hopes to create a true successor. While his death was kept a secret to the general public, it was impossible to keep a secret inside of the orphanage, and so a man by the name of Roger Ruvi, who managed the house and as a fun fact has an overall stat total of 29 out of 50, once hearing of his old friend's death around 10 days.
Explorer patches crashing, that's rough. I'm out of here. I hope y'all have a good one. I'll be live later maybe. Hope y'all have a good day.